I'm sure it will probably be stupid within the span of like 2 seconds or some shit. Knowing everything. Know it all, know it all. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's why I have it in there. Get it out. Come on. There we go. I don't have that earbud in anymore. What am I even doing? What am I even doing with that damn bud in? Just like that. Alright. Get this all grounded up. Alright. Let's see what that be going on for YouTube and all that fun and crazy shit. Actually, I already know there's like a few things I can look at. That's actually something more interesting. I thought, it'd be kind of peculiar maybe to look at, but I'll give admit myself kind of oriented on that shit. I'm so done with this weather, by the way. Fuck this weather. It is definitely absurd. Like, I don't think it stopped raining today. And I've just been fucking soaked. My feet are definitely soaked. That's great. Always love that. Yeah, let's get some trench foot, because that's always going to be fun. But that's why you change your socks and stuff. Eh. Man. Next time, fucked up the camera. No. Don't want that. Actually, I'll do some quick. Man, Zukoff just looking sleepy today. A little bit of an annoying press earlier this morning, but not too bad today. Now it's just all sleepy. This is just a sleepy little pup. I think you might just get a little bit of a pork bun later. Just because he's being such a sweet little silly boy. Yeah. Sleepy little thing. Oh my goodness. Oops. There we go. A small message to a friend there. There we go. Alright. I kind of see what maybe like a little opening, funny, silly things could be on for two for a day. No, there's at least, something a little silly that we can look at. Something about like something I was like listening to at work while I was like cleaning shit up and shit. It's like cops getting served some karma and stuff, and I was like, So I was kind of listening to that a little bit. And thought that was like kind of interesting. Didn't listen to too much of it though, just a little bit, but enough to at least intrigue me. Oh, and fuck, and I also remember there's like I popped in on a Voss stream today too, and he happened to be responding to TJ's like video about his like, about like his drug takes and stuff, and oh my god, it's definitely a little absurd. Here, actually, since I know I was watching him earlier, it doesn't have a clip or anything of it. And I'm sure there will be a clip of it, but I just want the actual live. Where'd it go? And you know what's gonna be my watch history. Where would that be? Oh, there it is. Cool. Just fucking hope Streamlabs doesn't want to be a piece of shit. Because it seems to be very selective on when it wants to fucking work. And, I am definitely not vibing with that. Definitely not vibing with Streamlabs being kind of a turd on that one. But not really surprised with this app. It's kind of just been like really like chuckle fucky, when it comes to like a lot of like some of its back end shit. It really just cannot fucking fix itself on that one because it really doesn't seem like that hard to address. Seems like a very easy fix considering that it wasn't a problem before. So definitely just really dumb and kind of annoying. I actually need to like probably pop on my YouTube studio and like at least unlist a few of them that are like 2 minutes long or some shit because I know there's at least like three of them now, or some shit like that where it's just straight up just it's just straight fucking like just like 2 minutes or like 5 minutes or some shit where it's just like nothing there. So it definitely is so I'm just gonna have to like go back and forth with and just deal with. So pop taking his little nap. Yeah, I guess they're still cooking. Fuck it. Ow. Oh shit, that bowl is a little hot. There we go. Anyway, let's have another little tune, then check out, this a little warm up with a little Voosh, I suppose, just to kind of hear his absurdity. Because I know he's like, I mean, I just find his like weird drug takes to be just so kind of just fucking silly. I mean, he really just has like this very like almost just black and white perspective about people who like do drugs and shit. And whenever he, like there's like the slightest little clapback, from because like whenever there's like any clapback from his audience or any of them attempting to interject like nuance in this shit, he's just like, no, it's just cope. That's literally something he fucking just straight up said to. It's like just cope, 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 all cope. You're just coping. It's like what? I mean, the dude is just fucking ridiculous, honestly, on some of his takes. He can be really fucking silly. It's like, dude. I kind of feel like he was like not as like prudish about these things, in comparison, like in his past to now, because like Vosh is it really does kind of seem like he's partly like gotten somewhat at least just prudish when it comes to like some of his fucking shit that like he says sometimes. It's like, bruh, like what the fuck? I mean, it's it's just really to me honestly a little strange because like for me it's like it doesn't really strike me as something that's like progressive or left to just be like to just like rule like people who do drugs and stuff. That's just like a complete monolithic thing. Whether it's like weed, alcohol, or whatever the fuck it is. When it comes to people's vice, and shit. He has a really just straight up kind of like kind of Nixian idea about it, and it's just very fucking prudish, and it's just so strange. I mean, it's like, bruh, it's like Vosh is a dude that also has done drugs. He's done drunk streams, which I honestly think those are some of his best streams. Ironically enough, he's been high on stream before, like years back. I mean, he does caffeine and like has an Adderall prescription, so it's like obviously he has drugs that he takes. One of them is a prescription, obviously, but the thing is, there's also a lot of weed smokers, that also use that as a prescription. Why do you think the medical card exists? And I'm sure he'd be like, well, I'm not talking about them. It's like, well, a lot of the people that you're probably clapping at, probably do have med cards and do use it at least in some parts of prescription, and yeah, maybe recreationally too. Because shocker, I mean, you can also use things that can be used as a prescription for rec use, and Adderall is one of those drugs too, where you can use that recreationally. So it's not like it's like, so I know it's not like shit he just doesn't get. I know he gets it. So it's like, is it just to rile fucking people up or something? I kind of feel like that's just what he's doing with it. I just kind of hope that he's trolling with that take, honestly, because, like, bruh. And also, it's like weird ass music takes. I just also hope that's like another thing where he's trolling with, because, like, bruh. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I just want to find it. When did he, like, immediately start getting into that? Because I know Whoosh doesn't actually start this fucking thing, when his stupid fucking streams till, like, well, later in. Oh, whoa, skipped way too far ahead. Okay. Okay. Well, it's here, I guess. Never saw the beginning of this, so. Oh, Jesus Christ, where the fuck is it? Oh my, oh, good grief, fucking God. Where the hell would it be? Here, I think. Let's see. Just want to make sure I get my time placements right. Oh, fucking God, I don't think so. Alright, well, we'll go here then. Oh, no. Okay, I guess right here. Alright, Streamlabs, are you going to be stupid or are you not going to be stupid? Let's see. Okay, good. It decided to work. Fine. Finally. Jesus Christ. Alright, well. Alright, let's see what Vush has to say. It's a fucking frame I have in mind. And his basic ass white shirt, too. It's like, good lord, you're going basic bitch with the white shirt? Okay.
No, I couldn't. No, I could not.
Okay, where does he actually start talking about this?
Using being legit. A ton of games challenged.
Videos, okay. Get to the clip.
Alright, that's enough.
Get to the clip.
Oh, yeah, someone said TJ Kirk made a video about my drug takes.
There we go.
I don't even know what my drug takes are.
Are you dense? Oh my God, really? Dude. You literally described them reacting to this.
He's criticizing. I saw it mentioned on my subreddit, and people were going, yeah, I agree with TJ Kirk, and I genuinely don't remember what my drug takes are.
Oh, man. Well, you're about to get the video of him reacting to it, so how about that there, bud?
Apart from me saying that a lot of weed addicts are coping. Why they suddenly get weird? I don't know.
Go on blanket says, fuck you. I don't give a fuck.
I already agree with TJ. I'm sober right now, and it sucks. Yeah.
Damn, when TJ's got so much, like, sway that he could even get sober people. Oh, shit.
Bro, offline chat argued about weed for over 2 hours. The statement, weed users overreact when told that they're addicts is such a great statement because it proves itself right if you say...
I mean, not necessarily, bud. I mean, there are times where people use it for more meritable intentions that that actually pertain to their health outside of just like, oh, let me smoke some weed. Well, I mean, it's like I like to do that. I do them for extremes, but it's like outside of that, I don't smoke it that much. I only do a little bit in the morning, get for my stomach feeling a little rough, and I'm not feeling it, and like usually before I go to bed because like it helps me sleep a little bit. So it's like beyond that, like I don't really smoke it that much. I mean, most of it, comes from doing these. So it's like my rec time is basically this. It's like basically having a big fat multi-hour smoke sesh essentially. I mean, that's kind of almost like the vibe, kind of meant to be given. So it's like, I mean, there's like times and places for things like that, right? So I mean, just because someone might, be pretty liberal on, on things like this, like, like at parties or like at get-togethers or whatever the fuck, that doesn't mean that they're like that all the time. Okay, like, I mean, it's like, come on,
Round weed addicts,
like I'm not really like laissez-faire about like drinking or something like that. Yeah, like when it, like well, I am actually a pretty laissez-faire about it. Like when it comes to like going to the bar and stuff. Well, not like super laissez-faire with it, but I keep it within budget and my limit. But at least it's one of those things where it's like like that's where it kind of go a little more on like more all out with because that's I have that time basically reserved for that fun because well it's fun. I mean it's a karaoke bar. That's kind of the point. Which I'm pretty sure, like, I know for a fact that, like, Vosh really gets into on this point, too, with, like, oh, if you need this stuff, to, like, interact or whatever, it's like, when it comes to things like parties and shit, it's like, what? Like, I mean, some environments, like, like a karaoke bar, like, it's obviously meant for drinking, Like, I mean, no one just goes to a karaoke bar just to have water and sing, I mean, maybe some people.
It's fantastic. It's undefeatable because they just immediately leap to prove you right. Which is I appreciate. Fine, I'll see a bit of it. I really don't have the stomach for this beefing stuff, I don't take any.
I mean, I think that's because Vosh actually likes TJ. And, and I don't think he actually dislikes him in any way. I mean, I think, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I kind of feel like this is just a little bit of a low-key kind of like, a weird, like, attempts by his audience to maybe try to start drama for no reason. I definitely kind of feel that a little bit. But, hey, whatever. I'm going to have fun with it.
Joy from the weirdness from TJ Kirk.
Bosch argues with Chad about weed addiction and bans angry chatter. Well, before we start, I should probably, once again, this is all
Happy
legal
birthday,
medicinal
brothers.
herbs that are,
It is impossible for me to describe how little I trust people who habitually use drugs. Bosch, it feels bad when you say that because I'm legit trying to get off drugs. Yeah, so wouldn't that mean that you're Wait, why? Wait, why? Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you feel bad about that if you were trying to get on drugs and I was condemning drug use? Yeah.
I mean, it would be kind of condescending. I mean, because there is a positive way of doing that without, being a dick. So, yeah.
every day.
Sure. Yeah, it's true. It's like, yeah, more motivation, Wait, why? Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you feel bad about that if you were trying to get on drugs and I was condemning drug use? That's good. I thought you smoked in the bank. No, I never smoke. I drink sometimes, and I have a lot of coffee. Vosh,
His drugs are fine.
Yeah, and also, like, I mean, he has smoked in the past before. I think he admits it later. Like, so, yeah, he has. I don't think he does anymore, but I think he says that he's like had anxiety with it, and then just stopped after that. But he's done it. I mean, yeah, like maybe he had his own reasons of quitting, but that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with just like being like, all right, I'm done smoking weed or whatever the fuck. It's like who cares? It's not like, oh no, the stoner community lost one. It's like whatever.
True.
I mean, Americans have by and large, kidded themselves that caffeine is not a drug. I don't know where this notion came from that caffeine isn't a drug. I don't know why we think it's all right to tell kids not to do drugs, but then give them caffeine. I don't know why it's treated so much less seriously than every other drug in existence.
Well, in fairness, like caffeine is a drug, but in fairness, like obviously caffeine is a much less, like the effects that it has on you are going to be a lot less impactful and potentially dangerous.
That's not even completely true. Like, there are definitely a lot of caffeine fiends, you know, especially, like, dude, like in high school, I used to drink 2 fucking Monster Energy drinks a day. Like, to a point where around my senior year, I actually started having, like, you know, weird, like, chest pains around my heart and shit. And I was like, why the fuck am I feeling these? And honestly, like, at a certain point, I just kind of realized, oh, it's because I was drinking those so fucking much. Like, every fucking day, basically. I mean, so, it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where, like, it's one of those things where, it definitely has negative impacts, especially, for kids and for, like, youth and shit. Like, I mean, and I've definitely have, like, felt them to an extent, not to, like, a long-term detriment or anything, but at least, in a sense to where it did at least have potential, like, short-term negative impact, where if I did, like, start cut myself off on that shit, then, I'd, like, I probably, would have had, like, some heart palpitation or something.
Obviously, there's stuff like anxiety or higher heart rate or blood pressure. I mean, those are issues to be sure. But, like, if you're comparing it to, like, even marijuana or alcohol, we were significantly more influential on your, mind state. But I do agree, though. We put caffeine in too much stuff. I think here's my take. I think that caffeine should only be present in coffee or tea because it's like its own separate little thing. Putting caffeine into
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily disagree.
Everything feels kind of like putting alcohol into everything, where it's just like you want to, like, go to the store and, like, buy, like, oh, here, I want, like, a hot dog that I see, like, rolling on a bar at the 7-Eleven, like, under the heat lamp, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a liquor dog, actually. Like, the interior is just full of like whiskey. Why?
That wouldn't even work. The alcohol would evaporate. Like, do you not understand how alcohol works, Vosh?
What? I did. People do overconsume.
I mean, I guess I get what he means, though, but still, that's, like, not really a good analogy.
Oh yeah, for sure, Flavio. Yeah. In terms of, like, normalized drugs, weren't we? What was the Yemeni drug? The one where the Timothée Chalamet said that he was using or whatever. Cut.
The fuck? Cut? What's that? He's looking it up now, I guess.
Here we go. Cut contains the alkaloid cathinone, a stimulant which causes greater sociability, excitement, loss of appetite, and mild euphoria. Fuck yeah.
Cool. A mild euphoria? Nice.
It's cat chewing is historical relevance. Coca bean leaves and some of those. They classify cut as a drug of abuse that can produce psychological dependence. Okay, so maybe it's more. It's less like caffeine, because I don't think they call it that, but that might also be a colonial thing where it's like, oh yeah, North Africans caffeine is super bad. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, sorry, this is conservation status, not like status of abuse or whatever.
Okay. Well, yeah, because it's a plant. I mean, it's like a living organism, dude.
I want to try it. It's more.
Wait, now he wants to try it? What? Vosh, like, I mean, for someone that has, like, some strange, dude, dude, like, his drug takes are so weird. Like, I mean, his drug, like, he's, like, very weird and, like, very condescending and smug. And kind of, like, feels like he's, like, holier than thou when it comes to, like, potheads and shit. But for some reason, like, he does have, like, this, oh, but this is all okay, though, type of fucking thing. It's like, dude, I mean, like, what is this? This is so strange.
Adderall? Now I really want to try it. Man, if this is why we can't defeat the Houthis, you know, because they're all like fucking methed up all the time on their goddamn cut.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. I mean, that's usually how you get soldiers to fight and win wars, you know, give them some drugs. I mean, honestly, I'm not even kidding. Like, I mean, there's been a lot of times where there are, like, you know, names of, like, specific, like, you know, types of, you know, warriors or soldiers and shit like that are basically just straight up, like, you know, pumped up full of drugs of some sort. Like, you know, berserkers and, like, you know, in, like, a lot of northern Scandinavian, you know, especially within the Viking era, like, they were known to, like, be jacked up on, like, tripping the fuck out on mushrooms while going about in a fucking shroomed out rage. Which I like, you know, Nords might honestly unironically be the only people that I could think of that, you know, can get high on shrooms but have like a fucking rage. Like, so, you know, I mean, there are probably a few people that you probably don't want to give mushrooms to. But at least, you know, all in all, I mean, there certainly is like the, you know, like drugs used, like, you know, in time immemorial when it comes to things like this. And it's honestly fascinating to me. I mean, drugs have always been like a part of human history and shit. And I think, you know, just a better understanding and normalization of the fact that that's just the case. And, you know, I'm basically, you know, like, at least, you know, trying to minimize genuine, like, harms that, you know, can come from these things. But at least, like, no, honestly, just maximize the benefits. I mean, you know, it's like, people are going to have their vices, and we might as well maximize the benefits of those things while trying to minimize the negatives as much as possible when it comes to these things. Whether it's like different, like, social program structures or, you know, minimalizing toxicity, you know, of different substances by, you know, purifying them and whatever the fuck, you know. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways to where, you know, that can be done in a way that, you know, it isn't like this weird condescending, like, kind of like double standard idea about like drugs. Like, this is like your drug take, Vosh, that, you know, I think, you know, TJ especially is like talking about here. You kind of have a double standard. You have a double standard about this, and frankly, it's kind of fucking strange. Like, considering that you're just like, oh yeah, I want to try some cot, and making some memes about the Houthis and shit, which you seem to be okay with bombing the fuck out of anyway, which, whatever, I guess, like, when it comes to this specifically, but, like, the fact that, like, Yemen broadly is being lumped into all this shit instead of just, like, having a more appropriate response to react to, okay, whatever, that's, you know, that's just around for the point. Either way, it's like, he's got some strange takes. He's been, honestly, like, having some really weird double standard kind of takes lately. It's just like, it's like, is it because of his, like, you know, fucking community or some shit or what? Like, what is this?
People get psychologically addicted to caffeine, though, don't they? Well, in fact, you can get psychologically addicted to anything at all. There's a difference between psychological addiction and physiological addiction. There are some chemicals that will literally, like, rewire the brain to hurt you if you stop using them. You can get physiologically addicted to caffeine. I think you can't get physiologically addicted to weed. You can, of course, to alcohol, massively to alcohol.
Yeah, there's not really, like, any negative side effects when it comes to, like, physiologically. Like, the only real thing is, like, neurological or, like, you know, like an emotional / like, mental dependence type of thing. I mean, you know, and I've gone cold turkey and been fine, you know, it's like, it's not a big deal. Same thing for alcohol too. Like, I mean, you know, it's, you know, or really any drug. I mean, it's like, it's not a big deal if it's not a part of my life. I mean, it'd be nice to have some every now and then or whatever the fuck, you know, like, but whatever, you know, it's like, you know, you find some other substitute or find at least some other alternative, you know, to kind of give you a nice little euphoric, like, you know, so whatever, you know, it's like, and that's kind of what really kind of jibes me about Vosh all the way about this, especially with his weird double standard with it. It's like, he gets that, but yet he thinks that, like, potheads don't get that because, oh, they might be dependent on it or something. It's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe they have, like, a mental dependence to it, you know, to an extent. And you know what? So what? Like, I mean, it's not like, you know, they're, like, unless it's, like, directly impeding their life to an extent to where it's, like, they can't, like, function at work or, you know, like, and most of their money's been drained into stuff like that. Like, I mean, there is like a line in the sand, like with any fucking drug when it comes to these type of things, if it starts impeding on your basic life and shit. But, like I said, that goes for any drug. And, regardless of what that might be. And, so it's like, and really, weed isn't really that cheap. Like, sure, there are definitely people out there that are just like, yeah, stoner bro type of shit. I mean, honestly, like when weed started first getting legalized, like that whole like kind of thing, exploded. Like, I mean, there's like whole weed tube community thing. Like that was a thing. So it's like, I mean, it was a whole huge thing for quite some time. And frankly, it still is to an extent. You still got like stoner bros running around and shit. I mean, frankly, I'm kind of one still, but nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, it's like there's nothing wrong with it, like, and it shouldn't really have to necessarily be looked down on or like smugly be like, well, it's like, why make it a part of your life and this and that. It's like, you shouldn't have to be dependent. It's like, well, it's just like fuck you. It's like, I mean, one, they're not, and for two, like, you got your own vices, so what the fuck?
I mean, like, if you're an alcoholic, going cold turkey can sometimes literally kill you. So you have to be careful with that. There are some things where going cold turkey can kill you, but you can get psychologically addicted to anything. This is one of the things that makes marijuana deceptively safe, where you can't get physiologically addicted to it. Yeah, sorry, chemical dependency and psychological dependency. Thank you, Flavia. You can't get chemically dependent on weed, but you can get very psychologically dependent on it. And a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, I can't get addicted to it because it's not a chemically dependent substance." So it's the whole thing.
Well, sure, but I mean, at the same time, there can be a lot of people that recognize that, and might at least account for that. In the sense of like, yeah, I might be kind of emotionally or like mentally dependent to this. So, let me, try to at least like wean myself off, find other alternatives and do different things, to kind of change the habit, which is totally fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's just like, I feel like, really, I don't really think necessarily like, his takes inherently are like what's bad, at least what he's saying right now. Like, I just think that it's just a weird double standard because he thinks that like, if there's like any slight disagreement from this, it's like, oh, you're just coping because you're a pothead, bro. Ooh, ooh. It's like, my guy, my dude. Like, that's not totally the case. If anything, really, it's just how you come across about making the argument. Like, as it comes down of, like, holier than thou, I know better than you, like, kind of smuggish, well, rich boy shit. Beverly Hills kid. With your basic-ass white shirt. That, yes, probably costs, like, $15 because he's a thrift store weirdo. Well, I am, too. I mean, that's not even a dog on him.
But here's yet another example of that. Here's a guy that just told you that he doesn't trust any drug user. Anybody who...
Well, no, didn't I say habitual drug user?
Habitually... His drugs are fine, though.
Wait, why? It's impossible for me to describe how little I trust people who habitually use drugs. Yeah, it's different.
The next breath. By the way, I'm a habitual caffeine user. Oh, okay. Well, that one's different, though. We've decided, as a society, that one's different. Provide me the logic for why it's different. Can't do it. But...
You could... Caffeine is different to other... I mean, that there is a difference between the drugs, right?
I mean, oh my god. Yes, but in the sense of, like, their normalization and how people might use them to benefit their, or maybe even not be a benefit to their lives, it'd be kind of like a boost, to kind of help them, for day-to-day life. Yeah, that's something that people do. I mean... I drink coffee every fucking morning. I mean, that's how I kind of start my day a little bit. It's like I do that for my streams. So, like, it's like, usually I'll take quick little tokas, I want to at least have a little snack, and then get myself ready to go, go back in my room real quick, get dressed and, get all my shit and, and the whole shebang, so it's just like, and get my coffee and, let's start the day. That's pretty much just like kind of how it goes. I mean, so I don't get this like weird fucking just double standard thing where it's like, people use, little boosts that generally kind of help them out for the day a little bit. Because look, I'm gonna be fucking honest. Without that fucking coffee, I'm not exactly a very pleasant bear. I mean, really, not at all. I mean, especially when it comes to just like the most tedious, minute little fucking thing. Because honestly, weirdly enough, shit like that really gets my fucking grill more so than just like big shit that happens. Big shit, I'm just like, what? But like tiny little things, just like, what the fuck? Why can't you just? It's one little fucking thing. Why couldn't it just? It's like it's way more of like something that gets under my fucking gears more so than anything else. So, like, Streamlabs me stupid. Like when it comes to like the video render or whatever the fuck, and it crashes the damn thing. It's like, I mean, like that is like, at this point really getting my fucking grill. Like, so it's just like, I mean, it's just little things like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, sometimes different substances help with like, dealing with some of that shit. Whatever that might be. Just fucking Christ, the hiccups are coming out in 4/4. Oh my god. Yeah.
Now, if I was a habitual alcohol user, if I was an alcoholic, then I think you could make the exact. Well, wait. First of all, at no point did I even say that. Like he's inferring my statements here. Like, I at no point did I say that like you can't be addicted to caffeine or to alcohol or whatever. But there are different drugs, different effects, right? Drug is a pretty big umbrella term.
Yeah. Hence why I think people sometimes, get riled up with your takes. Because you kind of sometimes will do this kind of weird double standard, like, paint an umbrella with it, but then at the same time not. I mean, it's like, I think, what's really happening is just how you're coming across with your fucking ideas here. Because there is, like, a genuine, like, kind of nuanced way to go about it. And I kind of feel like either you're getting egged on or you're just trolling motherfuckers. I don't know what. Like, or it's not, it's really confusing.
When you say habitually used, you mean being used for like recreational purposes? Well, I think I explained it more in like the full segment or something. I don't know what's exactly being clipped here, but what I mean is like dependency, essentially.
What's being clipped is it's your video. It's the video that was clipped from your stream that was uploaded to your channel. Probably the Vosh Pit channel.
People who smoke a fuck ton of weed or do a bunch of alcohol or whatever else. And like, yeah, I think that causes like real issues, not just in terms of relating to them or whatever, but trustworthiness is one of the first things to go out the door for people who use a lot of drugs. Like,
why? I mean, that's honestly another one right there. It's like, why though? I mean, I technically use a lot of drugs. I smoke weed every fucking day. I drink caffeine fucking every day. I mean, it's like, it's like, dude, he's a motherfucker that also uses drugs, man. It's like, it's a fucking double standard. He just said, he was like, oh yeah, I'm down for cot, or, that fucking, drug that I guess, the Houthis use a lot, whatever. So it's like, I mean, at the same time, at this point, it's like, I can throw this fucking back at you, Vosh. It's like, why would I trust someone who doesn't, use my specific ideas of drugs, but they, want to explore these type of things. They're they don't seem as trustworthy. It's just like, what the fuck is that jab? I mean, it's like, because also, like I said, about like people that might even be daily users of shit, but don't make it like such a hardcore thing where it's like, oh, it's, like I literally can't exist without it or some shit. It's like, because there are definitely people that can be daily users and are also like that too. Like, so it's like, what is that? Because like, it basically implies that, there could be people like me or other people out there, that are just by their virtue of whatever drug they happen to be using, as like, their little vice is just like suddenly just like, immediately can't trust them. Like, it's like, dude. That's like it's like such a weird prudish fucking thing. It's like, it's like if I, legit looked at someone who's done like DMT and now is like a Joe Roganite or some shit like that and immediately, distrust them and shit. It's like, yeah, they might be quirky, But it's like I wouldn't necessarily immediately distrust them because maybe they might actually like be willing to do so, like be there for you or some shit, like to help you out, like whenever you need a lending hand or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? It's like, so I mean, it's just like there is shit like this, that or situations or circumstances where there are people like that out there. It's like, yeah, they might be like quirky, weird, or maybe not someone that has probably got necessarily the best, decision making, but they can be trusted in, on certain degrees. And that's also another thing too. It's like trust can be in different factors here. Like, I mean, it's like when it comes to like do you trust their opinion takes or like where they get information and stuff. That's different than, hey, is this guy going to help me out if I need a lending hand or some shit. Those are two different elements of trust there. Like so I mean it's one of those things where it's like, what do we even mean by that too? I mean just across the board, or do you mean just like when it comes to like maybe an opinion they might have?
It literally is. Trustworthiness, like reliability, is it's the essence of neurotypicality, essentially.
The fuck does that mean? What? When I tuned in, I didn't like when I popped in on the stream and I was hearing him talk about this. I didn't hear that. I don't think I was in on this video yet or tuned in on stream when he said that, because fucking what? Like, is he now just like taking a weird jab at like people that might be neurodivergent but use it, but also like are dependent on like weed? Or maybe not even necessarily dependent on weed, but like use it on a daily basis.
You need to have your shit locked on. You've got to have your feet firmly planted to be like a trustworthy, reliable person. Any direction you can take.
The thing is, what does that inherently have to do with someone's drug use? Because there's like, I mean, I'm actually a pretty good example. I can be pretty fucking reliable to try to like, help out with friends and like hook them up and like, give a lending hand, help a friend in need if, if they need it, like to spend a night, or for a little bit even, shit like that. Or, like, like, I mean, and yet I'm a daily user when it comes to, weed. So what in the actual fuck is this? Like, I mean, it's just such a weird fucking prudish mentality. It's like, am I hearing like my Christian aunt talk about like, some stranger she met on the street, but she found out they smoked weed and she's like, oh, I don't know if I trust them that much. Like, I mean, it's like, what's going on? What the fuck?
Drug, anything that deviates from your like resting mental state. I think that for the most part, that's a detriment. There are exceptions, of course, right? Like Adderall can literally help you focus and make you more dependent. So stuff like that. But I feel like a lot of people, when I say stuff like that, given how broad the term drug is, a lot of people will hear it and go like, but I found this one like little, like I've interpreted your statement in this way, but I found a counterexample in this way,
Yeah, because you're setting a double standard. That's why. I mean, like, there, hey, Vosh, shocker. There could be people that are legit, like, people that smoke meth and, like, it will do heroin or heroin, or, like, cocaine and shit, and be functional drug users and not make it, like, a problem in their life or anything like that. Shocker. I mean, because I even know some people like that. I mean, so it's not something that is just like unusual. Like, yeah, there is certainly broadly a drug crisis where a lot of people are seriously addicted to the point where it's a fundamental problem even in society. I mean, for sure, and there needs to be positive, healthy, solutions, to those issues. But at the same time, there's plenty of fucking people out there that also might dabble in some of those same fucking drugs and totally be fine. It's like, they have a little fun, like at the party, or, have like a little heroin to, like kind of, vibe out or some shit, like before they go to bed or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, I mean, people got their vices and they got like, things that they take, and how's that a problem?
I feel like everybody should understand what I mean and what I'm saying when I say this, I guess.
Well, I do. It's just fucking confusing because it's like such a weird double standard and also just like a weird prudish fucking jab with like, oh, I don't trust you now type of fucking shit. So, I mean, it's not that, again, it's not that people don't, people that are critiquing you on this are not, maybe are people that probably don't get it, but there are at least people out there, like me, that are listening, tuning in, and hearing what you're saying, and still don't agree entirely, at least. Like, because there's still this like weird prudish fucking like, oh, I don't trust you fucking jab, and this double standard, when it comes to like what drugs are just okay and what ain't.
What about medical weed? I mean, medical weed is weed. If you use it so much that it's like habitual use or you're dependent on it, then like, yeah, it's weed.
Yeah, it's weed. Your point. What is are you lumping medical users under the same umbrella because there are medical users that have, and a lot of them do use it on the fucking daily because they need to. For it, because that's a part of their prescription when it comes to them having a medical card. Like, what?
I think untrustworthy is a loaded term, but yeah, it is a loaded term. I don't have an issue with clarification or whatever, but
well, then clarify it.
I don't know. People.
I mean, because like honestly, I mean, it's just a broad, loaded fucking term that is a prudish jab. So yeah, you can do that.
Because people get defensive, so they assume that I mean the worst thing or whatever.
Well, because you don't clarify. You said you're willing to, but then do it. If you don't want people to just like assume, then say what you fucking mean instead of just throwing loaded shit out there. Like that's. Can you just admit that maybe you might have like misphrased shit and you just want to instead of dying on this fucking hill, Vosh? Like honestly, because I feel like that's the issue here. Like. You went a little hot take on a chatter because you got your butt hurt, and now you just want to like, just like have this position of like, well, nah, it's like nah, I'm not gonna actually move, alter from my take here at all necessarily. I'm just gonna throw the load term out there. It's like, dude, also I'm thinking like, did him having like some panic attack on weed or some shit just like make him like have the fear of God instilled in him when it kind of weed or something? Is that what happened? Because like what the fuck?
I just think it's too much of an overgeneralization. Well, yeah, of course. That's why you need to like qualify statements like that. But I can't make every statement off the get go with full qualification because it literally.
Well, you know what? Hey, buddy. My dude, my guy, maybe this is something you should probably clarify then. Like, maybe when, like, you don't, maybe not with everything, you don't have to do every tiny little thing, but at least when it comes to something like that, maybe it is something you should probably just clarify. Or at least elaborate a little further about what the fuck you mean, instead of just throwing it out there and just, like, hope people figure it out. Because, yeah, at that point, people are going to assume.
It takes time to qualify statements. Like, that's literally, like, there's a limited amount of information I can deliver verbally in a set amount of time.
So what? Cry. Cope. Get over it. I mean, really, dude?
The idea that addicts are untrustworthy is a myth that reverses cause and effect. People who are untrustworthy are more likely to have issues with substance abuse. Hard disagree, no?
You don't understand psychology, Mr. Sociology degree boy? No? Like, no, what? Are you... That's just backed up by, like, that's backed up by data, my dude. Like, what? What's he about? What? How's it going to clarify this?
I don't think that drug addicts are just naturally untrustworthy people who fall into it because they were already predisposed to being weak. I disagree strongly. I think that you can be a good, upstanding person, or you can be kind of a degenerate, whichever. But if you get into drug use for whatever reason, like, yeah, drugs literally impair brain functionality. It's just,
depending on what drug you use, it will impair certain aspects of your, functionality. But in other cases, it might actually enhance some elements of that. So, I mean, it just depends on what you're using. And I guess also how much of it, too. Like, I mean, like caffeine can enhance, certain aspects of brain functionality. I mean, weed to a certain extent can, unless you smoke too much of it. Like, so, I mean, it's like, even like, when it comes to mushrooms or like, psychedelics just broadly, like, it's the same thing there. I mean, it can heighten, different elements of brain functionality, especially when it comes to creativity and visuals and, informational, like, gathering, and, when it comes to like the, brain observing, the world and all that shit and processing the world, because it's doing so while, tripping. So, I mean, there's, like, I mean, there's a lot of, aspects to where there is nuance to that. Like, I mean, and obviously not every fucking drug inherently really falls into that category. I mean, but there are some drugs that do. And it's like, I mean, not every fucking drug just inherently strictly just impedes on like every tiny little aspect of brain functionality. I mean, a lot do, and some do, especially with excess use and stuff. But within like within like reasonable doses and shit. I mean, not necessarily. So it just depends, on the circumstances and on the individual too. Like when it comes to those drugs that they use. So like, what is the? And also, there's just, I mean, again, like drugs in the medical industry that are used all the time when it comes to like patients, when it comes to prescriptions and stuff like that, where it's where it helps and actually is beneficial to them, in this way as well. That can potentially be used recreationally. So,
how it is. Addiction as a medical term requires negative consequences, so most people aren't addicted to coffee, they're only dependent on it. That's true, technically, yeah. An addiction requires like a negative effect in your life.
I mean, sure.
People get addicted to drugs because of something in their life. I mean, people get addicted to drugs for lots of different reasons. I don't want to be a essentialist about the personalities of drug users.
Wait, what? What were you just doing earlier with like, oh, they're just untrustworthy? Like, what? Okay.
People who have had substance dependency issues. I'm not making the argument it makes you like an innately bad person, but like obviously yes, like if you are high or drunk or whatever else all the time, it's obviously going to impede your reliability in a day-to-day sense.
I mean, it depends on the individual. I mean, not all the time.
Vosh is coping hard right now. Caffeine and weed have the same addiction rate. What do you... What?
Oh, I love it.
What are you talking about? What is anyone talking about? Again, it's impossible to talk about this because you can pick out in the chat the people who smoke like 6 bowls a day.
I mean, what, dude? Oh my god, I love it, dude. Oh my god, here we go again. Oh Jesus Christ!
And are just desperately looking for any jab they can get in, because they're so practiced from.
They're not trying to give you a fucking jab. They're just, oh my god, dude. Dude, you're fucking ridiculous, Vosh. I like you, but you're fucking ridiculous sometimes.
Shower arguments they've had against their parents, and they're like ready to take.
Daddy Vosh. Okay. The fact they're using that as an analogy is kind of an issue here. Aren't you supposed to be like the rad like leftist here or some shit, like the big progressive, socialist guy, woo dude. Like, why are you comparing yourself to like, probably some chatter's like conservative yokel prudish mom or something? Like, I mean, why are you doing that?
On me, the old fuddy-duddy, 29-year-old Californian who went to university in Humboldt County. Like, man, I'm ready to go to battle with this guy,
It's different. Trust us.
Shaming people doesn't help them get off. If I wanted them to get off, I would jerk them off, okay? If I wanted to make broads...
Okay, well, we could talk about that in the DMs sometime, Vosh. Hey, if you like this clip, you might like the full stream, which I do.
I like how Vosh didn't even say anything about that. Oh, I thought I was going to commentate on it.
Hey,
it's just the beginning. Oh, I get it.
Sunday, more or less, over on the Pessimist Productions Patreon, link down below. Thank you kindly.
I should do statements saying that I don't trust habitual drug users. I would make broad statements saying that
I mean, why don't you
trust habitual drug users? I'm not trying to help anyone get off. I'm not talking to a person.
I mean, I hate this approach where all drugs are now being treated as though they're 100% equivalent to one another.
I don't do that. I'm just making a broad statement. I think.
Which is kind of doing that, though. I mean, you can't just make broad statements and not really especially clarify them that much. I mean, especially when it's very prudish and kind of has a strange double standard like this does. So, I mean, like, I mean, I don't, it's like, I just don't get how he can't just say that, like, yeah, probably was a little bit, was making a pretty broad, statement with that, at least in that comment there, so here's me at least trying to elaborate more, but even then he's still not really doing that and shit. It's like, this is so, the double standard thing is just so, it just is annoying to me. It's like, come on, dude. I mean, I know you got an ego, Vosh, but, like, dude, you gotta humble that ego just, like, a smidge. At least, like, at least a smidge. Dr. Sore-ass mofos, MC. You're sore? You got the double-edged sore situation? Got my ass kicked in basketball. Oh, you were playing some basketball? Right on. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, oops. What the fuck was, like, up with, like... Logan's like fire and brimstone like preacher shit, dude. In the fucking Telegram chat, cause I mean I didn't really want to respond to anything. Cause because honestly I kind of I agree with you on one hand, but at the same time it's like it's like I also get his shit because he's basically getting like, pretty much almost like excommunicated from his own girlfriend, even though I already know that they're might as well should have just broken up a while ago. But it's like, despite, all that, like, you would think that their family would at least, have him like be a part of like some of that shit. So it's just like, I mean, I don't know. Like, it just seems, I mean, I'm completely detached to it, so, I mean, I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. That's weird as fuck. I don't know. I don't know anything about her family. Me neither. I don't know. I've only seen her once for, like, a minute when her and Logan were shopping at my store once, and him and I were talking for a little bit. So, it's just, like, I don't, like, know much. I mean... Like, so I just find it strange, like, honestly, in a way, because, like, I mean, if anything, it's like, bro, this is probably, like, something you should have just, like, like, hit, you should have nipped this in, like, really, he should have just nipped this in the bud. Like, I feel like he should have just broken up with her when he was, like, like when it comes to whatever like problems that he was having, and when it was building up initially, like you should have just nipped it in the bud. Met her a few times. She's hella reclusive. The sound good though. She's been in the ICU for a while. Yeah, and I didn't even know that. Like when I first found out about that was when Logan was blowing up about it, or at least was talking about it the other day. Before this blew up. So it's like, and so all this new shit that I'm learning is pretty much from his side of things, and it's just like, fuck. I mean, so like, cause cause I mean, I still feel for him, cause I mean, to get like, even just like the basic sense of like, hey, like, of like, hey, you can be like be a part of like some of the like medical aspect of things here. You can be with us, to kind of help go through where to move forward with these things and yada yada and all this other shit. But just to basically be kind of like almost just kind of like fucked over in a way, with that. Like, yeah, that would piss me off too, right? Like, but it's just, I don't know. Like, I don't think he necessarily probably went at it in a way that's good. And plus, also, I'm just not a religious person, so I don't, agree with, either of their religions one way or the other. I mean, I guess I'm glad that his is a little bit more, like, empathetic based, in comparison. So, I mean, there's that, but I don't agree with religion, period. So, I mean, whatever, but I mean, that's not really inherently a dog on him, whatever. He's got his views on, at least on that, so I don't give a shit. But either way, it's fucking strange. Hope my boy's alright, though. I mean, at least chilling. Because, fuck. But, we're gonna play more of some of this Voosh, kind of see what other bullshit is gonna be saying here.
Man, you can't say shit as a public figure. I have to say, this is like when I said like, yeah, I don't like Italian food as much, and then it's like it's fucking open season, dude. Everyone's running out there to the races. The hunters are putting on their reflective vests and sprinting into the forest with rifles loaded. It's but frankly, if I took the effort to hyper qualify every single statement I ever made just so people don't act weirdly defensive about them, I would never have any fun, and every stream would take forever. So I can't do that.
Right? Like, there's no qualitative difference. It's just drugs. Like, Bosch basically right here has turned into a 1980s anti-drug PSA.
This feels like an incredible reach. Also, wait, I literally
I mean, maybe, but I'm willing to kind of say not as much. I mean, you are kind of saying like, oh, if someone's like a daily pothead, they're just inherently untrustworthy and not reliable and blah blah blah. Like I mean, you kind of are a little bit. I mean, maybe not necessarily 90s, maybe more like the 2010s era, where like it's not like, oh well, they're not bad people, but don't do it because it's bad. So it's like it's kind of like almost like love the sin or hate the sin mentality. Honestly, that's kind of what it feels like. It kind of feels like a love the sin or hate the sin type of shit almost. But, my little sin and vice is okay, though. When it comes to, like, some of the substances that he will use. Potentially, at least from time to time, even. So it's like, it just seems like, again, such a weird fucking double standard. And also just strangely fucking just, well, not really strange. It's just like fucking, just like weirdly fucking prudish.
That I use alcohol and caffeine. Why would... But he was the one who just said that only social differences are why we treat caffeine differently to like weed or whatever. Wouldn't he be the one equating?
No. He's stating that there's differences. And they should be normalized when it comes to their social acceptance.
Drugs are just being treated as one blanket thing, and we're going to ignore any sort of pharmacological differences that might exist between them.
I don't think
because that's not what this is about.
I don't think
this is about Vosh feeling superior because his drug is okay.
Man, this is what I mean about the projecting. I don't say.
What do you mean projecting, dude? Excuse me?
I didn't say this. It's like a lot of moralizing.
That's what oh my god, he literally just says the projecting and now he's projecting. Okay. Fuck fought. Yeah, low-key though. Like, what's going on in America? Got a puppy? A puppy? Punish NSFW? I should probably be careful hanging out with this one, huh? Oh my god, there's a puppy. Look at the puppy.
Hey, come on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, you look like you've been through it. Hi. Sweet boy. Okay.
Oh.
I just found this very smelly, skinny little mangy puppy in my backyard.
Oh.
Okay. Well, and we're gonna try and feed him and clean him up a little bit.
Oh, little baby.
Yeah, I am truly the Dr. Doolittle of e-girls. Okay.
Oh.
Hey, come here.
Oh, give that doggo all the loves. Well, I kind of saw it there a little bit. Off the dead. Yeah, you. So Cup knows how I was hanging out with the puppy, so now he has to. The puppy is actually a lady, so minus points for misgendering. Well, that was on her, not me. So, you know, that I feel like I can only take a half point, you know, on that. Because I was going based off of what she was saying, not, you know, like, because I legit couldn't really, like, you know, I mean, I couldn't tell. That dog wasn't on, you know, her belly. Oh, last night at the karaoke bar, which this is after my phone died, there was another doggo that showed up, that was named Daisy. I think I talked about it last night, but like Zukov, you know, ended up making like a little friend, and you know, because she was like being super friendly and being very, very playful with him, and like rolling around on, you know, where she being on her belly and stuff, while Zukov's all hanging out with her and stuff. It was kind of cute and sweet. Zukov made a little friend. I'm like 70%. She's going. You're 70% sure she's going to keep it. So what do you think? A good name for her? I'm thinking Ginger. For that little doggo, I would think. I actually want to think about this for a minute. Well, you know, Ooh, goofball dog. Trying to think of an interesting name. Something that kind of stands out. That is not helping. You know, kind of narrowing it down, I think. You know what? Why not like Iron Bass or some shit? Because for some reason, like Bessie Coleman keeps coming into mind, and you know, so you know, that's what I'm kind of thinking. You know, use like Bessie Coleman's like one of her nicknames, because she had like a bunch of nicknames, and one of them was like Iron Bess, I think, if I remember correctly. Yo, this is crazy. Wait, what's this? It's an r/Portland. Power's still out. What the fuck? Bruh. Dude. How's this person being able to navigate any of this? Oh my lord. Damn, dude. Holy shit. Holy fucking strimbolis. West Hills got murked hardcore. Oh yeah, they definitely did. Oh sweet, the video I want to look at next is right there. Here, we'll do this. There we go. He's going through, but I hope he turns out alright. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, you know, from what I understand, it seems like they're, like, getting away from all this shit, you know, to avoid, you know, like, all that bullshit, and just, like, you know, kind of take some time for a while. To kind of, you know, let things kind of get back in order, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it is the West Hills, so, I mean, it is a bunch of rich Bushi fucks, so... I mean, I feel bad, but not as bad as I normally would. Like, it feels like, you know, like the Killingsworth area, or like North Portland or some shit, you know, then I'd feel a lot more bad, but it's like, it's West Hills, whatever. They're rich fucks. They have the ability to essentially drive off and, you know, go in a hotel for like a week and come back. So, you know, they got the money, you know, to do that shit. So, you know, put the threads link. Oh, wait, what's going on here? He's living his main character arc. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Get out of the fucking rain, dude. Little guy. Get out of the rain, little dude. Yeah. That's that basically that it's just like the rat is just that, but you know, in reality. Just happened, right? My fucked up brain. Rat's family was killed by the flood and the drains. Rat is angry at the rain. Rat is angry at God. I gotta give those some likes, by the way. Just happy little rat dancing in the rain. Oh my god, yeah. That time I auditioned for Shawshank Redemption. It's huge, dude. You know, it is kind of a fucking big rat, dude. Look at that rat. That is huge. Hell nah. Whole family just got wiped out. Forbidden Chungus. You remember how the peacock rizzed you? Oh, yeah. Wait, is there another one? Am I about to get rizzed up again? If Twitter wants to do its thing. Oh. I dare not misgender. But you know what? Venom's not here, so I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking digify that. Never mind. Oh my god, dude. This website sucks. Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow. Here, let's do that, because you should... There we go. Whoa. Yeah, I'm about to get rizzed up again, am I? About to get rizzed, dude. Oh, shit! Whoa, bro. Woo! Yo, that is fucking Riz game. Like, dude, just that, like... It's like... Hello, ladies. About to get rizzed, dude. That right there is some riz. We need to normalize men looking like this, you know, by the way. Gotta get that fucking pizzazz, son. Wait, was I even saying that? How do I, okay, whatever. I guess I'm something grade would you give that? Wait, what grade would you give that kid if they ate their sack baby? Well, oh, here we go. What grade would you give a student who ate their flour sack baby? A what? I teach, FCM. School doesn't... A flour sack baby. Our school doesn't have the budget for the electronic dolls. They're not. They cannot be that expensive. What? Dude, my school had them. In fact, that wasn't really our school. It was the like kind of Alright, it's really hard to explain because I know like pretty much most schools in the country don't have this. But we basically had a separate kind of like trade-based kind of school called Sabin-Schellenberg. There were 2 campuses that were pretty much like cross street from each other. And the schools in our district would all, like go to, that place for all, those, kids to go do like culinary, radio, broadcasting, forestry, firefighting, law enforcement stuff, like parental style like classes and shit where you can also have like these little dolls and shit, so like it was a whole thing. Like, I mean, and had a fuckload of really cool fucking classes there. And legit like trade-based classes where you could actually use that as an opportunity to get into, a trade, potentially. So it's like, I mean, there was some cool stuff there. I mean, but, outside, besides the point, it's just like, how in the fuck are they not able to afford that shit? One of my students asked for a replacement because her mom turned his flour sack baby into dinner rolls. Oh no. He said they were out of flour and his mom didn't want to drive to the store while cooking dinner. He offered to pay for the cost of the flour sack. Should I allow a do-over? If so, would you mark down the grade for eating the first one? Oh my god. You know what? Here's what I would do in this situation personally. What I would do is I would say is like, I'd be like, all right, I'm not going to actually, like ding you on this, but I'm going to write a little silly note. It's like, I mean, don't cannibalize your baby, like, I'm going to have like a little quip like that. It's like, next time don't cannibalize your baby or it will be docked, or some shit like that. Like, I'll just make a silly meme. I'll just make it a meme, dude. Give him a baby that isn't edible, maybe a duck or something. Well, if the school does not have the budget for the electronic doll things, that they had, when we were in school and shit, for kids that were using those things, like, I don't think they have a budget for a fucking duck. So, I don't know. Like, I don't think that would work, unfortunately. I mean, like, ducks are free if you catch them yourself. So there you go. You having issues there, buddy? Oh my god, you fucking stretch. Stretching those fucking feet out, dude. Onion 1. Glowing, pulsating hair product takes control of gas and Newsom's thoughts. Oh shit! Whoa! Yo, Gavin Newsom looks based. Oh shit! Whoa! Dude, imagine he looks like that. Dude, he just like shows up being like, I am the Senate, bitch. Just looking like that. If this ad would get out of the way! I'm clicking on that X and it doesn't want to go away. I'm scared to try to like click maybe around it or something because I feel like I'm going to click the ad and I don't want to do that. Will you go away? Oh my god, another one's popping up. You know what? All we need is a picture. Well, you know what? Oh no, I want to read it, but we got all the ads. Why are there so many ads? What the fuck? What is? Oh my god. What is playing down there? Like, okay, let's. Why was that one down there weirdly sexual? That was strange. That was such a strange deodorant ad. Like, what the fuck? There'll be no bill sign, no passenger. There'll only be hair. Only be hair? Oh, God. Said disembodied voice and mandated for the greasy slicked back mask atop of Newsom's skull. Republicans explain why they don't need women voters. Oh no. Oh my god, look at her. Matt Gaetz recently claimed that MAGA movement was replacing Karens of a more diverse base. What? The Onion asked Republicans to explain why they don't need women voters. Here's what it said. Garrett Lyons, General Counsel. Winning an election is less important than repeating if you won the election until everyone believes it's true. Unemployed. This guy looks too much like a fucking hipster, dude. He looks like a fucking Seattle hipster, bro. He looks way too much like that to be, a conservative. Like, there ain't no way, bro. Best ones near the bottom. Judged by all the people I interact with, women are only 2% of the population. Rich Hopkins. Oh my god. You ever just seen the inside of one of those? Kathleen Moreno, attorney. Because I'm subhuman vessel for male pleasure that lacks wants, needs, or desires. Damn. We need someone who creates such a diverse coalition of mentally unhinged men to carry us over the finish line. Whoa. Clarence Thomas. We're working on overturning the 19th Amendment anyway. Damn. Speech and language method. They're so pretty, they make us nervous. Accountant. Every woman you ever met has entered this country illegally. Trust me, ask a woman. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Yo, whoa. Yo, that's new. Oh shit, dude, that's some Alex Jones level shit right there. I love it. Yo, every woman you ever met has entered the country illegally, dude. Oh my god, fuck. Wow. Voters. Why do we care about voters? It's not like... well... Broken clock right twice a day. Ben Shapiro. Men votes are biologically stronger. That's a scientific fact. The only woman whose opinion I care about was Selena, and she died a long time ago. Women voters are uptight, unlike tween voters who are nothing but fun. Oh, oh my god. What? Nathan Fairview, IT director. To attract female voters, will probably have to color elephant logo pink, give him long eyelashes, and then we need to come up with a backstory for her. Maybe we call her Need the Elephant. She'd be a mother of 3 adorable baby elephants. Just such a headache. I need all of them as my backup singers. Women votes only count as for half a vote anyway. Wow. If a riot mob like ours, you won't need anyone's voting 24. What the fuck? I like the picture that they have of this guy, and really, sir. So I want to read more of them. Okay, well, okay, fine, Onion, fine. I guess we let our last one. I like how Fox Nation's down there. Wait. It's a Rob Schneider thing. Woke up America. Oh my fucking god, dude. Why is it only his forehead on there? Okay, what? Get that off my screen. Ugh, repulsive. Guess the airline. Rare photo, Cap Morgan, first officer, Jack Daniels. Dude, this is definitely fucking Spirit Airlines. And in Europe, this will be fucking Ryanair, dude. Dude, Ryanair and Spirit Airlines are literally like about to fight in a gladiatorial combat to fucking, hire these pilots. I know Frontier's like kind of the other like cheapo airline in America. But at least in my experience, I don't know, the pilots at least, land pretty nice and smooth. Maybe not necessarily like, buttery smooth, but, they're like, pretty typical. Ryanair and Spirit Airlines are just like, it's like, no, we're going on the ground. It's like, yeah, they don't give a fuck. I feel like they'll, like, not because of DEI or whatever, but I feel like they'll just kind of, like, hire the bottom of the barrel pilots that don't really kind of make the cut, so to speak, with, like, more, astute, airlines or whatever the fuck. So they're, they have those airlines to basically, take those guys, basically. Which would be these dudes. But you know what? In a weird way, I kind of feel like they would probably actually, be aight. I feel like I'd vibe with them. But I did have something that I pulled up on the tube until we got stun locked by like 8 kajillion links. Thanks, y'all. You know what? I think maybe we'll do this on a 1.25 speed just because it is kind of a longer clip. This link will disturb you. Oh, wait, you know what? I did forget that one. Hold on. What's this one? Legalized mother son. Oh, that! I think we found Venom's step douche. Is this step douche? Posts are meant to bring forward dialogue and discussion, not problematic sentiments shown non-sport. Well, okay, I guess disclaimer there. But, you know what's kind of weird? This reminds me of this dude that I told you, yeah. I don't really have anything to say about this, but it just kind of reminds me of this dude I just kind of learned about at work. Because he came up and happens to be a neighbor of one of my coworkers and shit. Because live on the same street or some shit. And he unironically was wearing a Pepe the Clown, like Pepe the Frog, but with a clown wig on that had like Clown World on it. Also, this is the same dude that had like the fuck Joe Biden like middle finger shirt, but also fuck YouTube too on it. Like, this guy's kind of a character, honestly. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, he's low key like the embodiment of 4chan, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. He kind of is. Weirdly enough, he is kind of chill, but I kind of have a feeling. I got a feeling. We got a boogaloo. I tell you what, right? Like, cause my coworker, they also, I guess, at one point worked at the same gas station, years back. And, apparently the feds actually wanted to talk to him once, because they, went up to him because they were in plain clothes and shit, being like, oh yeah, are you so-and-so? And they're like, well, no. And then, eventually, I guess, like, they did, catch up to the guy, and it was like Homeland National Security. Like, and shit, basically. Or, like, the national, or whatever the fuck. And because he, like, apparently sent some, like, strange potential emails and stuff, I don't know much about it because he didn't really know too much about it. He only really kind of got the gist of it, when it happened. And I was just like, fuck. And knowing what he wears, I'm just like, I kind of have an idea and a suspicion about what the fuck, that it might be. You know what I'm feeling? So it's just like, that would certainly be a pretty. It's just like I just kind of want to like dig in this guy's brain a little bit, honestly, because I mean, like I say, he's strangely kind of chill, at least on the surface level, but he's got something inside. Know what I'm saying? Palate cleanser, stuff's apparently some kind of salsa. Ooh. Verde? Yeah, salsa verde. Yeah. Like my pin. See? Team salsa verde, baby. Fucking love this shit. Dude, look at that. It looks so good. You know that? I would eat the fuck out of all of that right now. Just all of it. Alright, threads be gone. So, I mean, that's too disturbing for me to just, like, want even there. No. But anyway. I've been wanting to get to this video now, so... You move forth.
Highlighting extreme Karen behavior, featuring 4 individuals who later faced the consequences, starting with notorious poolside Karen.
And then she started calling us Mexican trash. Please make them leave. Yes, they don't belong here.
This is Blair Featherman, a 49-year-old woman who on July 2nd...
Oh, I remember this. Oh, I know about this.
...was recorded assaulting...
Man, that's why Walmart workers have the 1,000-yard stare. Dude, frankly, anyone from retail service has the 1,000-yard stare. I mean, here. Let me like just let me have like just a moment, just kind of like blank the mind really quick. See, ugh. I kind of shake myself out of that actually. See, I mean, dude, you work in retail long enough. I mean, you get the stare, man. You get it, bro. Okay, dude, I've been on flashback. Yeah, you started giving me some flashbacks, man. Starting to sound like a fucking Vietnam vet hippie over here, man. Goddamn, man.
Hurling racist remarks at a Spanish family at her neighborhood pool in Lakewood, Colorado. She stated, among other things, that the family don't belong here. We'll let you decide whether she means the Alta Green Mountain apartments or the country as a whole. After this,
she obviously meant like just the country.
Footage of Mrs. Featherman was recorded. She still decided it was a good idea to call.
Went to Walmart, Florida, but luckily I wasn't there long enough for the evil to fully seep in. Good.
Police. 6 officers responded to the scene and were greeted by a trove of people all willing to stand up for the victims.
6 cops showed up for this? Dude, oh my god. I mean, it's Florida, so I'm honestly not surprised by this. They're like, oh shit, there potentially is like, yeah, there was Mexican involved and a white woman involved. Send in like 6 of them right then and there. Featherman sounds like a name of Dr. Seuss villain. I mean, yeah, it kind of does, honestly. It's also pretty close to Fetterman, which, if he wasn't such a vile piece of fucking shit, he pretty much would also be kind of like a Dr. Seussian level kind of villain, too. But unfortunately, he's a little bit more darker than that, because he's a fucking... Like, even honestly, at least just as, if not more hardcore, like, right-wing than a lot of conservatives, and Republicans about, Israel and shit. Like, straight the fuck up. Like, the way he's going about it is even more fucking unhinged than some of these fucking right-wing dip fucks. Like, he's just like, not, he's just a fucking traitor, dude. 1 fish, 2 fish, come back to country fish, bitch.
So, both my boys, Brendan.
1 fish, 2 fish, Israel, red fish, go, let Israel defend itself, fish, or something.
They reserved the clubhouse to have a family barbecue and family gathering, a few friends. When I arrived with food, the blonde girl gave me crap about. She came up to the gate and she said, "Do you have a problem?" I said, "No, but my boys live here." She said, "Well, I work at the front desk," which she doesn't. Then, as more of our family started gathering, she was getting more pissed and more pissed. She started mouthing off to my granddaughter, saying, "Where's Lexi? What did she call Lexi? You don't live here? What are you doing here? You don't live here?" We're just getting very, very nasty. My son, who lives here, tried to go over and, like, calm the situation, like, "Hey, we're having a family barbecue. We live here. We've got a farm."
My honest position, no jokes and memes, I support Gaza and I think Israel's 100% wrong, but I have absolutely nothing against Jews because Zionism and Judaism aren't the same thing. Damn, man. That's a sick position that totally is different than everyone else is here.
I like how some chatter just wanted to just throw that out there while there's not, well, that's not even the topic.
Oh shit, chatter.
Which is literally like, the baseline, like, normal, like, brain, position right there, honestly. It's like, yeah. Like, I mean, anyone with any basic neurological function can understand that.
Position.
Are perpetually miserable. She's living in a nice area. What the hell does she have to be upset about? Well, I mean, I will say, like, I was, when I was I wanted to check this out because I was listening to some of this while I was at work. I wasn't watching it. And at least from what I can get, I think this is one of the victims, if I remember correctly. But I'm not too sure. But this might be the fucking lady that's the Karen, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, so I guess we'll find out here in a little bit. But from what I understand, I think she's the one of the victims. I think.
And everyone else.
I mean, I wasn't really like listening to it while I was at work because it was more of like Metsuiki, just something in the background for me. So. Like, I don't exactly remember the details leading up to this. I just kind of remember some of the like highlights about it as like it all kind of unfolded, and then a little bit of leading up to the next story that comes up with this. So, I mean, I kind of tuned in a little bit near the end, but not too much. Well, not the end of the vid, but at least with this situation.
Well. That's why they're making fun of you.
The judgment shall be reserved.
Damn, dude. What's the meme? It's like breaking news: fork found in kitchen. Brave, dude. What's next? Are you gonna be like bad things are bad and good things are good?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Someone in the chat's like, damn. Yeah. People in the chat before this take were like, fuck, bro. I think Zionism and Judaism is the same thing. Anyway, I'm joking around. Avila Solis, you are in good company.
Okay. Thank you, son.
And her brother went down on him, attacked him. He fell on the rock.
I'm sorry, can you...
The family then shows the officers this footage. Whilst they were the first to see it, this embarrassing clip would soon end up gracing the eye.
Okay, so this is one of the victims, and they record the video of, the Karen, assaulting. Okay, so she was one of the victims. Okay. Yeah, all right. So, like I said, I didn't really tune in too much to this part, but...
Of millions.
Yeah, it's true. You have a block, 2 people. You have a Mexican party in the pool. Trash. Oh, yeah, you can't do that.
And it's what in the fuck? I mean, hey, lady, you're looking like a little bit of white trash with that, like, skimpy ass, like, fucking G-string you're holding on, you're trying to, like, cling on to your youth with. I mean, the imply that the bitch responsible, which is, the lady in this video with, I guess, one of her sons or some shit.
Mexican party.
You can't just record me. Oh, you guys are such a... Come back down to Denver. I live here.
Liberal debate bros would be like, actually, when she said, get out of my country, she was making a political argument about...
Oh, gosh, she has kids. Yeah. Yeah, she's just like, a fucking, like... Dude, Blair's out there just wasping it up, dude. She's, a fucking, white Anglo-Saxon princess. I don't know if she's Protestant. Probably is. But, the other alternative, and if not Protestant, would be princess. So that's pretty much just like, what she's trying to, like, be. It's like just a NIMBY, wasp of fucking, just trying to feel entitled to have her fucking way with, life and shit. And how damn these Browns, come in and, have a little barbecue and a party in my pool. Even though it isn't, it's a community pool, so go fuck yourself. Maybe, go to another pool instead or some shit. Or, where there's going to be more people and you're just going to have to suck it up. Or, I don't know. Just suck it up in the first place. Or just, pack it up and just wait until later when they're done. Or if they're doing it all day, then, hey, shocker, there's always tomorrow.
Again, it's not being from America, which is why it's actually technically totally valid. You just can't debate on the issues, man. You just can't debate on the boundaries of the issue, which is why you're saying she's racist.
Live here, nowhere where you ever came from. Low class swine. Oh my god, it's so dumb and you're wearing it on the...
Low class slime? Low class swine, dude. Yeah, Rich NIMBY just wasping it up.
Oh, you idiots. Yeah, you don't even know what our face is. I have her face down on... Oh yeah, and these? Come on, wait, this is good. And these?
Like most Karens, Blair attempted to make herself...
If someone's mom has to do that sort of work, fine, all well and good, but stuff like this makes their kids want to go to school with bags over their heads. I think the kids at this point are adults, so... I mean...
More important than Alexis Alba, shaming for wearing the designer brand Hermes, almost as if she believes people who don't look like her don't belong in such expensive clothes. The family then continued providing their accounts to the officers.
The blonde girl.
This lady?
No, over there. Do you see her with her thong on?
Okay.
That's her. And then she started calling us Mexican trash. Just total being extremely derogatory.
Okay, so what do you want the police to do here?
We don't want you guys to do anything. They called
You want to
them.
press charges or anything?
No, but
I have a suspicion that there was probably some catfighting and
there was
alcohol going on.
I have suspicion there's some cat fighting, maybe some alcohol going on or something. I tell you what, brother.
Mutual blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. They're the ones called the peace, okay?
So
I like the cop being like, well, maybe, I mean, you guys are Mexican, so maybe you guys were like doing mutual fighting. Like, what's the deal? They're like, we didn't call the cops. We don't want to do anything. We just wanted her to leave us alone. And the cop's like, well, maybe you guys deserve it. You are Mexican after all.
You happen to be a couple of, albeit white, light skinned browns, but you happen to be brown nonetheless. Let me look at my, skin color chart here. Yeah, you're literally about one shade darker than appropriate, so yeah, yeah. Dude, I swear to God, I bet unironically that there is legitimately, like a fucking skin color chart, with cops. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding. I bet you there probably is in some departments, or like, alright, this is gonna fit, yeah, they like kind of look at the ID and they probably like have a phone or something. Yeah, they probably don't have like a little like paper chart, but they probably got like their phone or something. They're like, all right, I guess he's white enough, or you don't pass your test.
Still going. We just got upset. We thought they were racial profiling. They were,
And she said, "Oh, go back home."
Pissed us off. Yeah.
Go back home.
And you know what? We're not Mexicans. We're Spanish, man. There's 4 separate ways of talking about cops involved.
There is.
No, but it pisses me off because.
Well, yeah, so they're Spaniards, so I guess maybe they're like legit, like maybe multi-generational like Spaniard immigrants potentially, which. I mean, who cares? Like, I mean, at that point, they're European. So it's like, they just happen to be a more of like, darker skinned European. His light skin, which isn't as bad, but his last name ends with Stein. These aren't saying people that like, man, America is great because you get, wait, what? Some Mexicans working hard to get expensive stuff, not my backyard.
And attractive people?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I want, it's like, he's like skinning them, but his name doesn't understand them.
That's kind of crazy because, like, that's wild that she said we're brown. I mean, yeah, there's white Mexicans out there. I feel like she's one of them. Like, that's.
I mean, she kind of low-key got the half for it.
Crazy. Literally Spaniards? No, I mean, there's white Mexicans too.
So if we could just like.
Oh, she's actually That's crazy. Okay, come on, dog.
We just wanted to fuse it. They called it. We just wanted to fuse it.
While the family of victims are completely calm, cordial, and polite with the police, the same can't be said for Mrs. Featherman, who's about to show these officers just how entitled she really is.
What's going on?
Well, so basically this pool lately has had a lot of pool hoppers. Okay, so.
Pool hoppers? Man, I've done this before, like with my friends and shit, for the memes. Because it, like, it's whatever. I mean, honestly, I don't really think it's necessarily that big of a deal. Arguably, I think it would be okay to have, like, 24-hour community pools and shit. Because, yeah, you'll get, like, me and the boys, at, like, 2 a.m. just hanging out in the town and, like, hey, let's go swim in that pool over there. So, because, we've done that before. I mean, at least a couple times that I can remember. I mean, and, so, like, who really, at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, as long as they're not really causing a problem and they're just swimming around, just doing their own thing, minding their business, then whatever. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, how's that really a problem, Feels like a cut Vice City mission at the start of a game. Dude, this feels like... Dude. One of the things that we're kind of, edging ourselves with GTA 6, how much you want to bet there will be side missions where you have to deal with Karens? And one of them is going to be based off of this. There are at least going to be mods that people are going to do, because, like, people do, like, the police roleplay mod and shit. For a fucking fact that if you have to, like, if that's, like, a, mechanic in the game, that, in that mod, oh my god, that, there's going to be, incorporation of Karens, with, like, daily police activities in the roleplay, fucking mod and shit. I mean, because that would be whack, dude. I mean, I'm kind of excited, about that game because I really do hope that you kind of have like, random like wild interactions or like, fucking like side missions where you have to deal with Karens and shit.
And I like to enjoy my pool. I have 2 girls that don't even come.
It's not yours
anymore because of all the pool hoppers.
Okay.
They don't even enjoy it because we know who is here in the town.
Okay.
So
She's like,
why are you such a nosy cunt?
Little girls can't enjoy the pool when there's
oh my god, I love how like, this white nosy bitch is just like, there's a bunch of browns here, I don't like them, so I'm gonna be nosy and see who really lives here or not.
Mexicans abound.
And you know what? Maybe it's because, you might have like, some people that, live there but invited some of their family and friends, to have like a little barbecue or something. Like, that's totally fine.
Like, you don't understand, officer. I can't enjoy the pool if there's Mexicans here, okay? And that's why they gotta go.
Apparently, I think they had a birthday party or something. But I asked, so here's all I did. I was right here, and see the Louboutin guy? He's the one who started it all. That motherfucker.
That motherfucker? I saw the clip. You look like a drunk, unhinged bitch who had way too many mimosas.
I said to him, I said, do you have a fob? Because that's what everyone's saying. It's not just me. Other people are living there asking me to have a fob.
Was he with the big group over there?
Right, but I said you're only allowed to have 2 people. Meanwhile, the whole pool is filled with a fucking party. These
You're trying to say his whole food's filled with Mexicans.
people don't have a fob. You're only allowed to have 2 guests, not 20. So
Okay, so I guess there's like some stupid little rule. And you know what? I think it's one of those rules to where you can kind of look the other way and not give a fuck about. I mean, the one day that there happens to be a big family barbecue or some shit like that, it's not the end of the fucking world, you HOA president wannabe fucking dictatorial wasp bitch. Like, I mean, give me a break. I mean, give me a fucking break, lady. I mean, I kind of remember some of this. I don't think I remember seeing the full clip and like the full shit here, but I know I've, remember this popping off when it happened.
Talking about a fob, chat, like a, not fresh off the boat, but a key fob.
here, mind you, this whole
A key fresh off the boat.
crew over here comes over, bomb rushes me. I had 2 girls fucking trying to kill me. So I tried
Try to kill you? Sure.
defend myself, but my phone is gone, and I recorded everything, and they probably have my phone.
Who has your phone?
We don't know. Someone took my phone because I recorded the whole thing.
What kind of phone was it?
It was an iPhone, the smaller one, not the big one.
7 or 10?
I don't know.
Okay. How much
it
did it
had like
cost
I don't even know. I don't know. But
Okay,
How do you not know what your phone looks like? I mean, that kind of implies that she probably goes through her phones, a lot because she probably damages them or something. I mean, they are iPhones, but how? I mean, and also, I mean, at the very minimal, it's just implying that you're lying here, which she is. Like, as far as I could tell from the clip, like, no, she wasn't. She didn't have her phone out at all. And, so, and the fact that you can't even remember the details of your phone.
he's writing this right now to see if he can, like, hit him with a grand larceny, which is very odd. Like, he's literally, I know this video is slanted in the way that, like, Karens get their comeuppance, but straight up what this cop is doing currently is still absolutely on the Karen side.
I'm just saying, I put it on record, and I was recording the whole thing, and they took my phone.
Featherman paints herself as the victim of an assault by 2 women, as well as the theft of her cell phone. However, as more and more officers respond to the scene and begin interviewing more witnesses, a very different story to her own keeps being corroborated over
Oh my god, dude, they look like a bunch of hillbillies.
and over.
I think it started. I think she's racist. She's saying I don't belong here. I don't live here.
Right, but I just want to let it be known, like, I want to press charges because she did put her hands on me. And she just keeps going on saying that we're dirty Mexicans, that we don't belong here.
Get a new iPhone immediately after the one you have breaks proves to me you're incapable of learning from your mistakes. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and she's somebody who is not able to. I mean, well, I'm not going to spoil it, but one of the little bit of details that I do remember that I was picking up when I was listening to this at work for like the 20-ish minutes I was, checking a video out. I mean, I guess it wasn't this specific like video because, I mean, there was another, Hassan Industrial Complex channel that clipped it as well. But, I mean, it's the same thing. But either way, it's like, for like the 30-ish minutes I was, tuning into it, like, kind of half and half, tuning into it, that you're absolutely right. You're nailing it right on the head. Like, she does not learn from her fucking mistakes because well, like I said, I'm not going to spoil. I'm not going to spoil it, but she takes it to the extra level.
We need to go back to where we came from. We're trash.
She started all of that. And so she started making racist remarks to this entire group over here. I'm not even a part of them. Like, she started making racist remarks. So two of them went over there and they're like, what's the deal? She swung on the girl who has like the pink bikini over there. She swung on her, so then she started fighting her.
I had jackfruit for the first time. Now that's kind of, I think I was frozen, so the flavor is probably a bit dulled, but if I had to describe it, I think the sweetened avocado tea taste.
Yes, but in this entire time I was even telling her, like, I'm like, here's something with my kids. It's like, hey, can you guys just chill out? She's like, great fucking parenting, take your kids out the pool. I'm like, well, maybe you guys should stop fighting. Right?
They say every story has two sides, but it seems more like this one has a dozen sides saying the same thing and one lying. But in any investigation, someone has to take down everyone's account. Here, one very patient officer has been doing just that with Blair and her friends.
You know, and honestly, that really is like the top tier WASP name right there, dude. Blair. To be honest, I feel like, you know, the existence of Blair Wright has kind of tainted that in me. Because she's just like a fucking waspy, you know, just right-wing, just like, I'm better than you, bitch, you know, type of fucking, you know, it's the same mentality, but just a lot less of a Karen, essentially. I mean, so if anything, the name Blair has just been really tainted, unfortunately, on that. 12 sides of a Dodgy Kagan. Dodie Kagan? Dodie Kagan?
Well, maybe she attacked me. And I defended myself.
What do you mean, maybe?
Well, there has to be some Blairs out there that are cool. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, like any name, I mean, there's going to be people who are going to be cool as fuck. Like, I'm sure there are some cool Karens out there, right? Like, I mean, obviously, you know, but, you know, it's just, it's a shape of 12 sides. Oh, so a dodecagon. Oh, dodecagon. Oh, okay. I honestly, you know, as soon as you start putting that, you know, as soon as you got the geometrics involved, I was like, oh, okay. All right. My brain was slow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a regard. Well, Streamlabs is too. Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
This guy's yak, bro.
Right now, so when you move from one area to come to the other area, that's an aggressive act. Like it.
Yeah, like, you know how these Mexicans are? They got the proclivity, okay, to move from one area to another where they don't belong.
They think they can just, you know, hop around on the goddamn fence and say what's what, or go down, you know, maybe have a tunnel or two and just, you know, we'll move it at the foot they want, and then goddamn tell you what's what, and, you know, just like that. It's an act, I say. It's the basing of our fucking goddamn liberties and rights, brother.
Over the border. To come over to this pool. They're not allowed to be in this pool. They're inviting the pool.
Is it not? My man? Okay, but more than one person, absolutely. When you're dealing with one person...
Bro, this is so funny. I grew up in Lakewood, and this is peak Lakewood Karen behavior. This is fucking hilarious because, like, my man is literally making, like, an American immigration argument right here.
The Dectagon. The Dectagon. Whoa. I like it. It's a pretty cool shape. We need to incorporate this shape more into things. Looks cool. Hey, Baba, fuck you!
I just read on Twitter that you jerked off last night concerning... What? Why?
8 people come over. Yeah. That's
Kosa's jerking on the chatter's tits. Or chatter's mom's tits.
Explain one. So,
no, he's literally saying it's an act of aggression to have 8 Mexicans come into the pool.
Yeah, he's, you know, Hassan's the one that likes to do the, you know, your mom jokes, by the way. So, you know. It's like if a circle had corners, it's fucking trippy. I mean, that's what I mean. It should be incorporated into more things. Because it really does. It kind of feels like, you know, some like PS1 graphics like circle or something. I like it.
Which is pretty funny. Because, like, this is literally American immigration policy. Like, this is, what do you think Trump says when he's like, oh, they're invading our country?
Again, I don't know the whole story about what you guys are talking about, my partner over here. I was conversing with some of the folks over there, and then this is what they told me, and correct me if any of this is accurate or wrong, okay? So,
while Blair and her friends continue rattling off lies about who attacked who, which again have already been disproven by video evidence, an officer who's totally done entertaining their entitlement returns to give them a reality.
Or if square was round.
check.
Okay, so here's the bottom line. I'm going to speak now, and we.
Dude, this is why we have to.
Oh shit. Boy in blue might be like, all right, here's the bottom line. I'm putting the authority in the situation.
On the police.
Wait,
okay.
What?
Turns to give them a reality check.
Oh shit, dude. You know what? Yeah, dude. Our boy is about to lay down the authority. He's got the glasses for it too. I was wanting to see what his son was saying, but oh shit, you know, like I kind of had a feeling, you know, I saw those glasses and that, yeah, confirms it.
Okay, so here's the bottom line. I'm going to speak now, and we.
I got the glasses to prove the authority.
This is why we have to defund the police. Okay.
I will admit there is like too many cops, you know, I think involved in this situation. I think you probably could have had like, you know, cut that in half and had 3 of them show up instead of like 6.
They're woke. They're letting Mexicans into the pools, brother.
Follow up with me tomorrow after I review the camera. I have an independent witness that is one-on-one basis with the district manager here. I said you were saying racist stuff, instigating everything, blowing it up, and then when they confronted you,
dude, these dudes are kind of fucking jacked, bro. Confronted me, excuse me. And dude, this guy looks like he would just. It's like if you weren't a cop right now, I'd fucking whoop your ass, brother.
Well, we're gonna review the cameras tomorrow when they come in. I'm gonna talk to Wyatt. Okay. And
damn, he is not happy.
And I'll see what happens.
None of them are.
We've got them identified. I will look at the cameras. If it's one side or the other, we'll handle it appropriately. That's all. Okay. It's not
oh my god, look at his fucking pose, dude. Dude, my dude right here really wants to lay some hands down.
Verify today. And this guy who called the district manager, we can't make him leave today. That's where we're at.
Not willing to tolerate any more interruptions, the brief shift into a tougher one from this officer gives a much-needed wake-up call to Blair and her male cronies. Sadly,
male cronies
work, as they all keep trying to play victim while a dozen unrelated people all corroborate her culpability. Maybe they'll finally take accountability when shown some irrefutable proof.
He lives here. He had the guy's number on the fly, and he was an independent witness. Okay, so who? You know who I talked to? It's not them. It's an independent person that was sitting by themselves that said you were saying horrible racist things, and they got upset about it. Well, but this guy's not affiliated with them. That's why I'm like, okay, is he telling me the truth since he's not you or them?
So when I get ambushed by all them.
When they get ambushed, oh my god. She's straight up challenging this shit. It's like, dude, you got fucking 6 hawks here fucking interviewing people. And when there's an independent witness with video confirmation and all this other shit saying, hey, there was some, conflicting, information of your story from this independent witness, and she's trying to, like, say that, oh, they also are a part of attacking me. It's like, no. Like, I mean, like, because at that point, what, you know exactly, like, were you eyeballing this specific cop to see who he was talking to? Because obviously not. So, you're like, what the fuck is this?
That's what we're going to review the camera for, okay?
White bitch like 4 times.
Okay.
There's 2 discriminating things.
I get it.
Because you are a white bitch.
And that's why I want the camera before we do it, before we make any action, okay?
They don't belong.
They do if they reserve the clubhouse, which is what they did. So, let me tell you something. According to the guy...
Look at all them! They're brown and I don't like it! Ew! I'm a rich, privileged, NIMBY white bitch!
I believe to be the district manager. If they paid the $200 to rent that out, they've got the clubhouse for that day.
That pool.
Yeah, the pool.
No,
the pool is a part of clubhouse, you dumbass.
yeah, but they usually split.
Why don't you argue with
you don't like me?
civil agreements?
Listen.
Because you've been calling me...
For some reason you don't like me? Well, yeah, because you're fucking antagonistic as fuck.
Listen, I've been pulling hard on
These fucking cops, I'm listening to you,
I
okay?
didn't say these fucking
Yeah, you did to your buddy on the phone. It's on the buddy
If you have your
cam,
own insecurities, I can't deal with that.
okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to review the footage tomorrow. And
It's like I'm in trouble.
These fucking cops being woke.
you're not in trouble. You see me writing your ticket. We're putting your
Usually
name
they will tell us.
Well, they didn't. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about that. Okay, if that's their policy, if that's their... Sorry.
It seems Blair's entitlement knows no...
Listen,
I was about to drop.
when she meant they don't belong here, maybe she meant like yeah, there's no way to make that seem normal or good, I don't think.
There isn't. They don't belong here. It's like literally everything is contradicting all of that. Especially if, the district manager of the fucking place is saying, yeah, they're allowed to be there. they rented it out. It was $200 to rent out the place for a day. So, and they have every right to be there. Which, yeah, the makes sense. Seems fair. Like, I mean, it's a weird little, like, so it seems like, honestly, with that weird rule that she was trying to say, like, oh, you can only have, like, 2 people as a guest, here and blah, 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 whatever. It seems like that's just kind of, like, on the daily type of thing. And if you want, like, a special, like, oh, we're having a family barbecue type of thing here, you can rent out, the whole spot for a day or some shit. Like, I mean, that seems like, there are now, it's kind of implied, and not just implied, but it's just there where there are exceptions to that. If honestly, if like a poolside racist dumb bitch over here, is even being truthful with that fucking rule, which probably she isn't. I mean, and even if I'm only give the benefit of the doubt, obviously there's exceptions to that rule, like written within like what's the rules of the whole place. So I mean, it's just such bullshit. And it's just literally based off of just like racist bullshit. There's
no way to make that seem good.
No bounds. Even after learning that the family they accused of not living there had the building manager on speed dial, called him, and confirmed they had paid to book the pool, she refuses to take any accountability, somehow doubling down on her delusions.
Look at this. I want you to see all this? That's my hair they pulled out. Other than the fact, Natasha went down all of them things.
Okay. She's upset. Okay,
I know. All of that.
What we're trying to say at this point, we're going to review camera footage and follow up building management. I get it. And then we're going to go from there.
Right.
And if this guy needs a fat fine because he's lied about renting the place out, or X, Y, and Z, or if someone assaulted her, we'll deal with that.
And I'm going to tell you, if they did bring it out,
assaulted by 50 people,
then they're legit. But still, you have an assault.
I love how like the number of people that has like ambushed her or assaulted her or tried to kill her is like changed. First, it was like 2 chicks trying to kill her. Then it was like, like 8-something people ambushing her. And now it's like, like 15 fucking people. It's like, I mean, what's the number, lady?
You have an assault going on.
What is assault, bro? Like, their entire premise behind it being assault was literally...
Man, dude, white bomb bitches, especially like these, conservative ass, like waspy white bomb bitches, man, dude, they be something, man. They be something fierce, dude. Like, they are a force to be reckoned with, like, Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy, son.
There's 8 of them. Like, this guy was trying to tell the cop that, like, the fact that 8 people actually were in the vicinity implies assault. Okay? That's it.
The mere existence of these Spaniard, Hispanic, Mexican, brown types, just assaults my presence. Thus, it's assault by law. I've been assaulted. It's assault and battery, brother.
He was like, come on, you got to admit, right? 8 of them at the same time.
It's an assault and battery on my white fragility.
That seems like assault, right? I mean, come on.
In America, I believe you can say whatever you want
to a point. So there's
to a point.
Yeah, this guy is like, oh god.
Oh my god, dude! I guarantee you they're Trump voters. Oh my god. Oh no. What the fuck? What? Like, I can believe you can say whatever you want and shit. So, if I want to say racist garbage, to these, top people, because I'm a racist chocolate fucking jarhead, then, hey, I can do that type of shit, brother.
Oh, this guy, he's such a Republican.
And oh my god, he can just straight up, like, fucking, like, engrave steel with those fucking nips, bro. Like, holy shit, dude. What the fuck? Why? Dude, there's like an inch protrude. Dude, they're like little mini dicks. Like, oh my god, what's going on there? Like, dude, look at the fucking shadow, bro. Like, whoa. Like, yo, what in the fuck is going on? I've never seen a nip protrude so hardcore like that. Like, holy shit, that's like a fucking ICBM nip, dude. Like, whoa. Whoa, bro. Aggressive nipple energy. I mean, holy shit. It's honestly distracting. I'm not even kidding. It really kind of is. I kind of need to get off my screen because, like, I've never seen a nip just be so, like, aggressively just protrusive. Like, I mean, holy shit. I'm honestly, like, politics aside, I mean, I will admit, he's, kind of got, like, that fucking, like, otter daddy fucking jacked energy going on, bro. Like, so, I mean, I can't dog on that, but, I mean, whatever. If he took his shirt off and you saw that, no. I mean, honestly, no. I feel like he would probably want to aggressively fuck me or something, and I'd be like, at least buy me a drink first. And get, like, some limited condom, because I don't know what weird hillbilly STDs you got, so better safe than sorry. So, it'd probably be something like that.
1, he first said, officer, it is technically assault when there's, like, 8 Mexicans around, right? Like, when they're coming in from an area where they're not supposed to. You can see that as aggressive. You can see that as assault, right? So that's 1. That's, like, weird as hell to just say. 2, now he's saying, and, my defense against that is free speech. Which is also another, fundamental American value, officer.
But
Wait on.
I am going to the press with this story, and when it hits, it'll be bigger than Uncle Sam's nipples.
Jeez, what the hell?
They're nipples,
shit.
guys.
They're freaking huge!
You know what? Maybe we can just all relax and enjoy the sauna.
Whoa. Okay, I see why you said that. Whoa. Wait, what? Hungary explained. Oh boy. Not looking at that though. Not tonight.
But we have
maybe another day.
Charging here disorderly conduct and saying things that are likely to incite violence.
In Colorado, disorderly conduct can range from Class 1 to 3 misdemeanors. The officer is referring to a Class 1 offense involving public disturbances or offensive utterances. However, charges here seem unlikely. This officer is just showing an impeccable example of trying to de-escalate a situation. Blair and her group eventually leave the pool.
Totally. He
eventually leave the pool like they probably should have just done in the first place instead of being racist pieces of shit and having too many mimosas and Miller Lights. I mean, for real. I mean, it's like they could have just like, it's like, oh, well, seems like a busy day today. I guess we'll just like, wait until they're done, or like just wait until tomorrow, whatever the fuck. And if they really had, like, such a concern over it, then this, like, they could have probably just reached out to the district manager themselves and been like, hey, like, there's, like, this whole party going on, like, right now. Is that, like, something that they rented out for today? Oh, yeah, they did. They paid their, rented out for the day fee for $200, stuff like that. So, yeah, they can do that. It's fine. It's like, well, all right, I guess. You can be all disgruntled and butthurt about it, like, as much as your dumb racist ass wants, but, like, you made a whole fucking kerfuffle over nothing. I mean, and frankly, Loki probably should have been charged. I'm just going to be blunt with that one. I mean, not to the point where she should have been, like, serving time in prison, but, she should do at least, like, a month's worth of community service or some shit like that. And she has to specifically work at Hispanic soup kitchens. Like, I'm not even kidding. She has to she has to do outreach programs for like Hispanic, communities or some shit, dude. Like, she has to do something like that. She has to be forced to just be absorbed, with like Hispanics and Mexicans and shit. Like, just humble herself. Especially what's going to be leading up here in a minute. Because if you think the shoe has dropped already a little bit earlier with just the absurdity of just her delusions, Billy Mays here. But wait, there's more. Order now.
De-escalating the situation just means always like agreeing unconditionally with the racist white people.
Believing they're right, but they'd soon be in for a major reality check.
Well, and I'm here tomorrow. And
I think they stole my flip-flops too. They probably have never had nice.
They stole your flip-flop? Oh my god, dude. How much you want to bet if she actually had like a brain study and had just to see, what her cognitive abilities were? How much you want to bet she probably is undiagnosed schizo? Undiagnosed schizophrenic. Worst type of schizophrenic, because they go really crazy insane and you don't realize it until it's too late. Oh shit.
He continues to be racist.
Of course, once video of Blair was posted on social media, she went viral. being called the poolside Karen. Despite the fact that no charges were filed, the public backlash was enough for Blair to think it was a good idea to go on a media tour in a paper-thin attempt at making herself look like the victim.
They swarmed over like a swarm of bees. It was...
Oh my...
They came over like a swarm of bees. And by the way, this is an insider edition too. And also Hassan dropped like this is where I started really paying attention. I was like, wait, what? And I was like listening because Hassan drops a take where I'm just like I'm just gonna let him play it out. Imam Hassan over here, dude.
I don't even remember this, but that's so funny. She went on Inside Edition. Bro, America, don't ever tell me liberal media is not a racist, white supremacist ass institution. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You think this is a story? Like, you think this is a fucking story? Like, her hosts, they're like, all right, let's hear from you. Let's hear your side. Were the Mexicans menacing? It's like...
Not the victims of the fucking incident. Nah, let's hear it from the racist, crazy white bitch.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. These motherfuckers won't hear out the Palestinians that are getting absolutely destroyed every fucking day. Okay? But they'll ask, like, a random racist lady at a poolside, like, all right, well, let's hear your side of the story. What is your truth, madam?
Inshallah. Based. Oh, did YouTube not allow you to fucking, say that? Wait, hold up. Wait. Fuck, what did I say? But his fatality is kneeing on someone's in his stomach. Grabbing him by the head, pulling him towards his chest where he uses his nipples to slice the throat open. Damn! True.
Very fast. I was literally...
Fuck you, YouTube, for not being able to say that. Like, I mean, come on. That shit's funny. You can understand a joke and some humor when, versus, like, some... I mean, come on. Fuck YouTube, dude.
The ball. Just like this.
Let me be the nanny. I'll be fucking the chat's daddy, okay? We don't need you being everyone's daddy, all right, YouTube? I mean, seriously. Like, I was in Paul's chat earlier last night, like, before I went to a karaoke shit, because he was doing a little stream. And, like, I mean, dude, like, there were some of the comments that, I was posting that just straight up were not, being, posted. And they were innocuous. There was nothing even, like, bad about them at all. It was just like, what the fuck? Imagine having your cause of death being nippled. Being nippled. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That'd be brutal. Oh, I also found out that, like, Paul's Ego saw the Voodoo Glow Skulls live back when he was, like, a teenager, too. Because he was, like, when I was tuning into him, he was talking about music and shit. And I was like, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. And not that much, but, I mean, at least seeing him live, I was like, really? Fuck yeah. Because, and I was like, and I told him about, seeing him live just recently and shit, and uploading a video there. So he's like, oh, fuck yeah. It's, hell yeah. It's good to know that they're still kicking around shit. I also found out that, like, I had a pin, a Voodoo Glow Skull pin on my jacket, and it fell off at some point. And I'm sad. So I'm going to see if I could find a similar one, or at least one that is pretty much the one I got, online or something like that, to at least replace it, because, again, it makes me sad. That's kind of the thing about going to shows sometimes. Like, you might find pins on the ground, but at the same time, you might lose a pin or two. Man, that was a good fucking pin, too. It was a nice little fancy pin. Because I kind of looked at my jacket earlier at work, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Where's that fucking pin? No! I just realized. I was like, oh no! At least I have this Voodoo Glow Skull pin, though. Still got that one. Which I actually found on the street, right outside of the show. I was like, hey. No one? Oh, okay. I just pocketed it and saved it. But, yeah. I mean, it's like... Either way, to bring it back to YouTube being a fucking nanny bitch, it's like, I mean, I can't even post innocuous fucking things. And it happens here, too. And it happens just, like, in general, even, like, all over the place. And it's just so fucking annoying. And it's so, like, it's just, like, schizo about, like, what it wants to censor and shit. It's just ridiculous. I am surprised Outright is still alive, honestly. I just started a little fucker rummaging around over there.
As I could to get them from getting in close to me because I had 4 women on top of me.
Thankfully, most people can see right through her act. Now, while Blair Featherman's only real punishment was being branded as a Karen for the rest of her life, some Karen's entitlement knows no bounds. Like this mind-blowing case of a...
The cop didn't even serve instant karma to the Karen at all in this situation. Just like I forgot to serve instant top of the hour ad breaks at the top of the hour, and I'm serving it to you 17 minutes after the fact.
Mortal Kombat fans are not happy, I bet. Oh, dude, I bet they're not. I mean, edgy little, like, you know, lefty dirtbag motherfuckers like me are not happy about it either. I mean, frankly, I'm not really happy with a lot of these different little platforms. Like, it's like Streamlabs been pissing me off, YouTube's been pissing me off. I mean, honestly, I gotta grind a fucking gear of these platforms, man.
Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime.
A woman who put throwing a temper tantrum above the safety of her newborn baby. In February 2023, officers responded to a 911 call that was too outrageous for anyone to believe.
Going to school, all these investments out here. Yeah. She's hauling ass. Yeah. Around.
Hauling ass.
The ass are not supposed to ride. Right. I do it all the time. Start taking pictures. And when she grabbed Ace's hand, to pull Ace for her, and start fighting, grab him by the wrist and start fighting to get the ball off Ace.
Did she ever throw any punches or anything?
Yep, one, but it landed right here on it.
Officer Gabriel Fisher responded to the scene at the Grand Central bus station in St. Petersburg, Florida.
I like how all these motherfuckers have the same goddamn head shapes and the same, like, glasses styles. They can't talk about fatality. There are Sub-Zero pulls out someone's spine with a mess of blood and gore. Well, I guess that's about as far as he could take it. Based on what you just said.
That as unbelievable as it sounded, the 911 call had been correct. As witnesses corroborated to Officer Fisher, a woman with an infant strapped to her chest had been rapidly riding a scooter and assaulted an elderly female security guard.
Hey man, what's going on?
Nothing, I missed my bus.
Okay. So why are we out here?
What? Because I missed my bus.
Why am
what
I
kind
here?
of question?
I want to address something here in between all of this. Apparently there's some new drama, really quickly. You know what I mean? And like yelling at him, and that it's overall a good thing for the Yakuza game. As a Yakuza franchise fan myself, a massive Yakuza fan, I literally think that the fact that they're yelling at him is...
Can't talk about that with some guy's nipples, but oh yeah, spinal dismemberment is fine. See what I mean? See what the fuck I mean, dude? It's absurd.
Because ultimately it puts the game in front of a much larger audience of juicers. Now that's not me defending him, for the record. That's not me.
Okay, I guess talking about some random side shit.
So time remembers Toxic Bullshit was No Pixel 3.0 when he stream sniped you and got banned. Yes. Done.
Okay. I guess we'll skip this a little bit. Oh wait, oh shit.
Reason to ever do that. I would never want that. But as far as like being outwardly hostile, I don't even think I'm like overtly outwardly hostile to XCC at all. You're just...
is he still going on about that? Skip ahead. There we go.
In fact, the suspect, Destiny Froese. Just as the witnesses described, her infant child is, in fact, strapped to her chest. How someone could ever do what she's accused of with their child...
I am not observant at all. I would have never noticed that unless you have said something about it.
Such a vulnerable position is unthinkable, but it's about to become extremely clear that Froese is quite capable of that and much worse.
No, I'm asking, am I under arrest?
I can make that decision right now. Do you want to go to jail?
Am I currently under arrest?
You're being trespassed at the very least. Okay?
For what?
She wants you off the property. You better lose the attitude. What is with you?
I will leave.
Give me your information.
No, thank you.
Give me your information.
No, sir.
Ma'am, listen.
Sir.
We're not playing this game.
I have a meeting to go to.
We're not playing this game. Give me your information right now.
Okay, this video doesn't seem like...
I mean, if you have a meeting to go to, I mean, like, why are you complicating things then? They say infant. Yeah, there's the baby. Dude, you know, honestly, like, dude, she does. Yeah, dude, right on her chest, too. And, you know, that baby, weirdly enough, just be fucking vibing, dude. Dude, that baby's got, like, kind of a chill-ass look. You know what? I feel like, weirdly enough, I think that's saying something because it kind of implies that this baby's used to this. I think this baby is used to this type of fucking shit. What's going on here with the kid's mom? Because, like, this kid's desensitized to this. I don't, so, I got the feeling that this is probably just, like, a weird early sign of, like, desensitization of trauma, in a kid. But, I mean, maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much. But yes, yeah, she has a kid.
This video, in my opinion, doesn't seem too favorable to the cop so far. Like, I know that...
I mean, I will admit, yeah, the cop is honestly kind of not really, handling this the right way. He's kind of like, you need to lose the attitude. He's kind of being aggressive himself. I mean, because in this situation, it's like, hey, hey, what's going on? Do you mind step inside over here? And then, like, because that kind of can at least subconsciously, get her off the property, right? We'll just be like, hey, I understand, Mr. Bus, but hey, you want to come over here, step aside for a second, because we want to ask some questions about, potential incident that might have happened. Just be chill about it. But this cop didn't really do that. So he is kind of, being a dick here too. Do you want more pepperoni? Oh my god, look at you, you cute little fuck. Oh, you want a paw? He's just batting at me. Alright, here, I'll give you a pork bun. How about that? That'll get you to fuck off. Hey, well, if you're gonna go over there, then sit in your chair. Sit. Chair. Oh, hey, you. Go. Thank you. That baby looks like they're going to hit the bar after this. Dude, probably, dude. What the fuck? Baby hitting the fucking hard life struggle, dude, right at an early age, man. Oh my god. If Hollywood wants to capitalize on that, like, Pursuit of Happiness movie, again, they could probably make this, like, fucking inspiring, story based off a true story, but more of a drama instead. What look was that, dude? Are you, like, not happy over this pork? Oh my god, you goof. You barely chewed that. Oh my god. Fucking anaconda over here just... Whoa! That look you just gave me, dude. Okay, you're starting to creep me out a little bit. Here, take your fucking pork bun and stop looking at me.
You love hitting the...
It's giving me fucking looks like he was gonna try to eat me or something, like vor me, and it's like, oh hell no, dude.
Being detained button, but like, low-key, seems...
He just climbs on the bar stool, slams his sippy cup on the counter. Long day, Phil. Man, I don't... Man, I don't ever want to get into it. What the fuck I do today, I tell you what? Mangas.
Weird, this is a woman with a baby on her... fucking, a baby on her. Like, what harm could she be doing? Could she be possibly...
What? Assault. You want battery.
Assault?
You put your hands on the security.
Are we serious?
Give me your name and information right now.
If you want it, you can get it from the...
No, I'm not...
She assaulted someone already? Did I misunderstand this? It's a call...
What a baby had a deep black guy voice. I'm not going to try to mimic that. I'll do a deep voice just in general, but I ain't going to be doing something like that, though. You're not going to be clipping me out of context there, brother.
Hold on.
When to believe.
Go to school with all these pedestrians out here. Yeah. She's hauling ass. Yeah.
Hauling ass? She be hauling ass, I tell you. Well, goddamn it, seeing that, now you got me. It's like, oh, she be hauling ass. It's like, my mama, she just be hauling ass. And all she would do, I'll tell you what, she was just trying to, assault a bitch. Assault a bitch. I'm just going to kind of do like that hardcore, like, southern deep black guy voice, I guess. There you go. That's about as close to getting it. Honestly, it still sounds like my stereotypical, just deep southern voice. Guts, glory, ram. But just a little bit of a, oh, lordy, type of thing a little bit. It just kind of has a, I'm just basically doing that. Like, I'm just basically doing my southern voice, but just with like a little, oh, lord, now, type of inflection a little more often. I mean, it's like, whatever. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to do it because, yeah, fuck you.
You're not supposed to ride. I do it all the time. Start taking pictures. And when she grabbed Ace's hand, pulled Ace toward her, and started fighting, grabbed him by the wrist and started fighting to get the ball off of Ace.
Did she ever throw any punches or anything?
Yep, one, but it landed right here on Ace.
Officer Gabriel Fisher responded to the scene at the Grand Central bus station in...
Ladies out here with a baby on her fucking lap, on a scooter, assaulting people. Respect. I'll say it. I'll say the things that
Damn. Hot take Hassan, dude.
nobody wants to say.
She's just on that Sigma grind set, dude.
Pretty wicked.
Dude, I'm so glad that GTA 6 basically takes place in Florida. I love it.
Out here jousting with a baby in her belly, okay?
St. Petersburg, Florida. It turned out that as unbelievable as it sounded, the 911 call had been correct. As witnesses corroborated to Officer Fisher, a woman with an infant strapped to her chest had been rapidly riding a scooter and assaulted an elderly female security guard.
Hey man, what's going on?
Nothing. I missed my bus.
Okay. So why are we out here?
What? Because I missed my bus.
Why am
What
I
kind
here?
of question? You tell me. You're approaching me, sir.
Okay, well, here's the long and short of it, okay? Lose the attitude with me. I didn't cause any
Am I
problems.
under arrest?
What at first looks like an unassuming young mother and child is in fact the suspect, Destiny Froese. Just as the witnesses described, her infant child is, in fact, strapped to her chest. How someone could ever do what she's accused of with their child in such a vulnerable position is unthinkable, but it's about to become extremely clear that Froese is quite capable of that and much worse.
What do you
I'm
mean
asking. Am I under arrest?
capable of that and much worse? What the fuck is she about to do with an infant strapped to her chest? This is
Make that decision
crazy.
right now. If you want to
Am I currently under arrest?
you're being trespassed at the very least, okay?
For what?
She wants you off the property. You better lose the attitude. What
And
is
I will
with you?
leave. I will leave.
Give me your information real
No,
quick.
thank you.
Give me your information
No,
real quick.
sir.
Ma'am, listen.
Sir.
We're not playing this game.
I have a
We're not
meeting to
playing
go
this game.
to.
We're not playing this game. Give me your information right now. Because you're being detained on
what?
assault. On battery.
Assault?
You put your hands on the security.
Are you serious?
Give me your name and information right now.
If you want it, you can get it from.
I swear to God, she froze the baby. I don't think that happens. I mean, I don't know the full resolution of this story. I mean, like, when I was at work, this is about as far as, like, got. It was around here. Give or take. At least, with the other video, at least it was maybe a little further. But, I mean, I never saw the full resolution of this. But I don't think she does. I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, she obviously is not really fit to be a parent. And, like, I guess I will spoil this just because it's kind of, detail that will just be coming up here in, like, another minute or two. But I think it is implied that I think she's like a single mother that is homeless. So, I mean, honestly, with this particular instance, I mean, like, she's probably got like a lot of fuck crazy shit going on and stuff. I mean, legit struggling, stressing and stuff like that. And it's Florida. I mean, if you're homeless, you're already going to be just like demonized just right off the bat, which considering the cop's attitude, it makes sense because he could have at least, weirdly enough, acted like the cops from Colorado from that previous, instance of the poolside racist bitch. Like, they could have acted like that and probably honestly have had a way better altercation, dealing with this. And she probably wouldn't have been freaking out. She probably still would have been defensive, but she probably wouldn't have freaked out nowhere nearly as much. I mean, so honestly, this is like, at least, with this, I kind of, obviously get both perspectives because she's still in the wrong, but I mean they could have at least went about this in a totally different manner because like I mean the way the cops approached this shit were they're dicks too.
No, I'm not giving it to anybody else. Give me your information right now.
Please excuse me.
Like, and also he put his hands on her too, like as well. So it's like I mean that's just kind of another dick move. It's like don't do that. I mean, like, again, there's just a lot of problems, just really on all sides on this.
Do not do
Please
this.
excuse me.
You have a child on your chest.
Exactly.
Do
Look
not
how
do
close
this.
you are.
I mean, I don't like the cop either, but also, like, what a wild set of circumstances here. Like, do not make
I mean, it's Florida woman and Florida man colliding.
me shoot you and the baby, ma'am.
The Ron DeSantis officially dropped out and cucked Trump. You just found out about that? I don't really care enough of a fuck to like react to it that much. Venom was telling me about it earlier because it's like one of the few things that we kind of react to a little bit. It's just whatever. It was typical. I kind of figured that was going to happen. It was eventual.
me shoot you. That baby is now a human shield.
Do not cause issues while you have a
Devon,
child. Yes, it's on.
Perfect, thank you.
Give me your information right now.
No, thank you. I'm leaving. I am leaving. Am I under arrest?
You're being detained.
No.
Yes,
Detained for what?
I told you already, for battery.
In the state of Florida.
I mean, well, you said assault, not battery, but I get the idea.
I mean, to be fair, it's in the state of Florida, assault and battery offenses are classified as misdemeanors, and also, you know, they give you money for doing it. It's not only not illegal, but they think it's a good idea to do it.
Battery is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year's sentence or a $1,000 fine. However, as the victim is a licensed security guard, the charge would actually be a felony with much harsher sentencing guidelines. Destiny is showing a clear misunderstanding of the term detained here. While she isn't yet under arrest, as the officers are investigating a crime, she is not free to go and must follow their lawful order to identify herself.
I mean, yeah, when she's detained, like, that's why if you ask if you're being detained, that dictates whether or not, like, you have to really actually follow, you know, what they're saying or not. Because if you are being detained, then you kind of have to. And if you're not, then you can go ahead and say, well, I'm leaving then. You know, and unless they say that you're either being detained or under arrest and they actually give you a reason, then, you know, then at that point you're kind of at their whim at least a little bit. You know, so, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, there's perfect merit to understanding and knowing your rights and flexing that shit, especially when it comes to, like, cops, you know, flexing their muscle, intimidating your ass, and trying to stop you for stupid, frivolous bullshit. You know, so it's just one of those things where it's like, it is a good card to have, but, like, you have to understand what that card is and actually, like, you know, be smart about it. Like, I mean, if you're being detained, I mean, like, all right, well, fine. You know, where do you want me to step aside then? You know, it's like, or something, you know, it's like, you know, frankly, like, everybody's in the wrong in this situation as far as I'm concerned, including you little annoying shit. What do you want? Oh my God, shut up.
Call my attorney on that one too.
Bro, you said, look at this.
Calling your attorney? Oh my God, flexing that shit, really?
And so no trauma from this. That baby is growing up in Florida. If you think that the baby is not going to grow up to be just like her mom and, like, do felony assaults on security officers on scooters, you're out of your fucking mind. There's like a 98% chance that the baby does the same thing by the age of 6.
Either that, or maybe, like, fucks a gator, or, you know, like, gets squirrels hyped up on meth. You know, like, I mean, dude, who knows? Like, I mean, it's Florida, and by the way, both of those are things that have happened in Florida. I'm not even fucking kidding. Those are, like, if you look at those terms specifically up, you know, for Florida man stories, like, you will find some articles about that. At least for the gator fucking, probably quite a few, to be honest with you. Isn't there, like, a meme where there's, like, a sign, you know, somewhere in Florida where it's, like, you know, like, please don't molest the gators or some shit, like, that someone put up? Like, I mean, so, it's, like, you know, Alabama is known for, like, goat fucking, you know, like, Arkansas is known for their sheep fucking and stuff like that. Texas probably horse fucking over there or some shit. Florida's known for their gator fucking, you know, they like to take it the extra level. The South is known for fucking things that are usually kind of out of the norms of normal society. If it's ain't incest, it's, you know, it's shit like that. For that gator incest, yeah, dude, the double whammy, bro. True, dude, totally.
Operates, dude.
Excuse you. Yeah.
You know, well, excuse me, daddy officer. I mean, honestly, this is why, personally, IMO, like, when it comes to Reconstruction 2 Electric Boogaloo, like, maybe we should leave Florida exempt. We should just have, like, a big fucking dome. Just have cameras everywhere. Not for NSA purposes, but just for the sheer, like, pay-per-view fucking, like, comedic entertainment value of it all. Like, we need to leave Florida kind of somewhat exempt in a way. Also, just so we can kind of, like, hoard the crazies off somewhere, right? Like, we, you know, and then eventually it's just going to flood and just, like, you know, be gone, you know, after climate change, you know, takes a hold of all of humanity being fucked. So, you know, once that happens, like, Florida's just going to be gone eventually. So, as long as we get the fucking dump, in fact, you can't really have a dump. You need a fucking sphere. Like, because you can't have them fucking dig tunnels trying to escape and shit. You can't, no, fuck that. So you're gonna have to, like, dig all the way around and, like, make a goddamn, you're not gonna have you need a dome on top, but you're gonna need a dome underneath. Because you don't want the motherfuckers trying to, like, dig tunnels and escape. No. So, we'll just have to isolate Florida and, just let them do Florida man shit, Florida woman shit. Just let them have fun. And the people who are, like, sane and are normal, by the rest of American standards, and they can have a secret way to escape, and we'll give them, the one-way exit out, and they can partake in the rest of society. So there's a way to get the normal people, there's a way to get the queer people, the lefty types and stuff like that out of Florida. There, I have put in a clause for things like that. We need a wall around Florida, make Mar-a-Lago the capital. True. See, Rip gets it. I don't know if Zukov is agreeing or disagreeing. What the fuck do you want, dude? I'm not opening that door. I'm already wrapped up like a goddamn fucking babushka nanny over here. Like, come on. I mean, really? We're gonna have the babushka nanny ignore arc going on, dude, with this fucking blanket. I'm actually, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm doing it. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Whine about it? Map porn. Ooh, largest industries by... Wait, the largest industry in each state by GDP. What we got for Oregon? Computer and electronic products. Wait, that's basically just, like, California, Oregon. Okay. Vegas, accommodation. I'm pretty sure that's because of casinos. Ambulatory healthcare services is Arizona. Oil and gas is Alaska. I'm not surprised. Accommodations, Hawaii. I'm not surprised either. Dude, oil and gas is like Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico. Is that... Yeah, Colorado, Wyoming. Federal Reserve banks. Utah, Mormons. South Dakota, rich white billionaire oil barons, probably. That offshored over there because probably less taxes or some weird fucking shit, because a lot of them probably do business in North Dakota. Since they seem to be side by side. Hospital nursing in Montana. Well, makes sense. Sisters in that industry. Publishing industries is Seattle. See, I just... Washington State is just now the state of Seattle, dude. But, yeah, Washington State, publishing industries, okay. Petroleum and coal. Louisiana. How's that any different? Okay, whatever. Broadcasting and telecom is Georgia. Well, that kind of stands out. Well, I guess I thought it stand out as unique. Chemical products, insurance, ew. A lot of ambulatory healthcare services, admin support services. Yeah, okay. I like how accommodations is like Nevada and Hawaii. Major tourist states. Or even globally, they're like kind of tourist destinations. Vegas, just Hawaii, just for the sake of it being Hawaii. So, makes sense for that. I'm assuming accommodation kind of basically means tourism and stuff. That explains why Wisconsin consumes so much alcohol. Yeah, because instead of this being like, the goddamn Iron Belt, which is why it was nicknamed the Rust Belt, which now today this is known as the Rust Belt because it used to be known as the Iron Belt. And honestly, yeah, this makes sense. Now that it's the Rust Belt, you have like insurance companies where all their debilitating fucking, side effects of working at the factories, mills, and mines, and all that shit. Yeah, the insurance companies took over. So yeah, basically, yeah. Well, I mean, I got, a couple of them over here, too. What's next to Vermont? That's Vermont with the ambulatory healthcare services. What got Maine? What was that one again? Connecticut? No, not goddamn fuck Connecticut. Is it Connecticut? Because you got Massachusetts right there. No, Connecticut's that little fucking square right there next to New York. Okay, so I think I got Rhode Island. So wait, what fucking state is this? Which one's that again? New Hampshire. That's what it is. Okay. Wait, no, right? Hold on. Maryland. Delaware. Yeah. Okay. I know my states, I promise. Hey, you know, I like how West Virginia is still mining. It's always been known as like the fucking, you know, like miner state, and it's still there, I guess. So, hey. I just kind of wish that they had the same, like, you know, piss and vigor like they did back in the day. Unfortunately, not. It's kind of, it's sadly kind of a joke state, honestly, now at this point. It's kind of unfortunate. I kind of feel bad for West Virginians for that. It's like, they need to, like, regain some of the, like, that 1910s, 1920s West Virginia energy back. Because that was, like, when, honestly, West Virginia, at least when it came to, like, the people in general, and, like, especially when it came to labor movement, dude, that was, like, when West Virginia was at its fucking peak. Like, I mean, maybe not necessarily in conditions broadly, to be fair, but, I mean, at least when it came to, like, the general, like, kind of culture there and stuff, like, peak West Virginia right there. Like, I mean, it's like that era of West Virginia was like a time where it kind of like was something worth a fuck. And unfortunately, you know, that type of spunk ain't really around anymore. But that's, you know, I don't want to stunlock too much on that one anyway. We already stunlocked a lot, you know, as it is. You know, we want to keep going with the video with infant, you know, Florida woman, you know, with her baby on a scooter assaulting bitches.
Give me your ID right now. I'm not playing this game with you. Then give me something with your name on it and give me your information. Stop trying to pull away from me. Stop trying to pull away from me. Stop it. What is your deal? Just give me your information. All right. So you're going to go to jail. You're going to go to jail and you're trying to put your hand down. Don't raise your hand at me. Ma'am? No, listen. You're going to go to jail and your child's going to you need to listen.
Don't say that about your child. Well, like, yeah, you're gonna have, like, you know, child protective services, like, being involved in this if you keep this up. That's the problem. Like, this is why I have kind of mixed feelings with this chick. At least, you know, from what I was able to, like, let's just say, that's what I mean, dude. It's like, because, like, dude, this kid, you know, should totally be, you know, like, in a way better fucking situation. I mean, frankly, anywhere that isn't Florida, let's just be honest. And, you know, and also just like, I mean, and she, frankly, probably could be in a better situation. Because it's like, these cops are being fucking dickheads about this. This is why no one trusts cops, by the way, honestly. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's like, you might get, like, some exceptions where it's like, you might get some that are kind of chill, like with the first, you know, thing that we reacted to earlier. But then you get dick wads, like, you know, dick motherfuckers like this. You know, where it just instills the distrust. Because it's like, I mean, realistically, what probably should have been implied is like having maybe one singular officer and a couple social workers there to, you know, come and be like, you know, see what the situation is. Because if, you know, if you have like, you know, a call about like infant child, then, you know, social workers should probably be at least involved to a certain extent. But it is Florida, like I said, so, you know, unfortunately, this is literally probably just a normal day-to-day basis and shit. Which, honestly, in a way, is probably why the kid's strangely so, like, chill with this whole thing. You said wait. You said wait on this link, and I didn't notice at the time. What's going on here? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Yo, wait. Yo, what the fuck is going on right now? What? Yeah, what? Okay, that hurts my fucking brain. What's going on? Witchcraft, heresy. What is this? Whoa, what's going on? I don't. Oh my! This is fucking hurting my brain, dude. Is it like oil? Is it water? What is that? I know black magic when I see it. Damn it! Just turn me into a note. Match how much work. Well, actually, from what I do remember from, like, the clip from when I was listening to it at work, Hassan does bring that up. Because, like, what happens is essentially, you know, like, what's going on here, would be 10 times fucking worse if it was a black woman, you know, and her single child. Like, I mean, honestly, I guarantee you that those cops would probably not give nowhere near as much of a fuck about that kid if they were black. I mean, legit. I mean, it's like, you're not wrong. And Hassan does bring that up. Which, honestly, like, it's not really a dog on Venom a little bit, but it's just a smidge. It's like, I don't know why, you know, he doesn't like him, you know, so much. Like, because, like, yeah, he is kind of like, you know, like a, I don't know, like a gym bro, I suppose. I don't know, like, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like he's not like he's dumb. He's definitely, like, you know, educated, you know, but it's not like, you know, some boosh or whatever the fuck, obviously. But I don't know, like, I mean, you know, he's not really wrong on a lot of things. Is it just the way he couches it out or something? I don't know. I mean, I think it's just because, you know, he, you know, is, you know, not, you know, raised, you know, with the American perspective so much. You know, I think, you know, the kind of, you know, has like that alternative, you know, perspective to the extent that, you know, you don't really hear so much, you know, in the U.S. when it comes to like left perspective, because it's not built on like, you know, American chauvinism.
All her manic screaming, flailing.
Like, I wanna make fun of her, but I do also kind of feel bad for her, like, because honestly, it's like, bro, come on. She's a fucking lady with a baby strapped to her chest. Like, obviously, she's probably trying to get to work or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, she's clearly not having a good time. And
Seen this, Chris? So, yes, I actually did. And they want animal control, you know, to just, like, you know, deal with furries. You know what? I accept their challenge. I want animal control to unironically, like, show up to a school where there's, like, a furry in a fursuit. And, like, dude, because, I mean, dude, as a furry, I find it funny. I want to see if Oklahoma is going to go through with it. You know what? I want to put the fucking chips down. Bet. Do it then. I want to see what happens. If Devin has a take like that, I feel a hardcore Christian who just found out his son's gay. Yeah, a little bit.
Worse by the behavior of the cops in the situation. Even if technically she's in the wrong and they're in the right, I feel like professionalism in this situation would be for the cops to basically behave in a manner that is de-escalatory, rather than piling on and making shit worse.
Exactly.
Stop caping for this white lady.
Tell me I'm a bad boy, dude. Considering I know, like, how most furries are, they are already like that. I mean, we're like that with each other as it is, okay? And, like, I mean, because, dude, like, a lot of furries are into BDSM in one way or another. And yes, that also includes cages. So, I mean, cages aren't my thing personally. I'm not really into it. But, hey, there are people that are. I mean, I'm into the other aspects, like Carl and Leashes, harnesses, stuff like that. I'm okay with that. But, like, I mean, cage stuff, that little step or two far. I'm not really about that. I don't like being constrained. You know, at least a little bit. I mean, to a point. I'm a rebellious fuck, you know, so it's like, if you give me something to squirm with, but it's like, if I'm literally in a box, I don't like that. So, you know, like, I got a line when it comes to that. Okay, so I'm just saying, dude, us furries were already kind of like that as it is, alright? I'm just saying.
Police that do this.
That's probably like how Rip was just like, oh, he's just having to hear this. Oh no. Sorry, Rip. But hey, just saying. Just had to put it out there. You know, like, if you want the perspective of furry, well, you got it. So
black women will do this. If you are black, by the way, we'll do this in tenfold to you. Okay. I don't know why you think that this is like anything different. I'm also mentioning to you something that's very important to understand. I'm not saying she's in the right here. I'm saying she's in the wrong. Okay, reckless endangerment of the child's life, possible assault on an elderly security officer. All of that stuff is wrong. Okay, she's in the wrong. But I feel like there's a better way to deal with the situation, and the cops are not doing that. You know what I mean?
And maybe this is why, like, you know, a lot of people, you know, at the minimum, distrust cops to an extent. Like, even my coworkers, like, some of them, you know, like, I mean, fuck, even, like, you know, customers that, you know, that I'll talk with sometimes. Like, I mean, they'll be, like, somewhat, like, sympathetic with police and stuff like that. Like, they'll, you know, basically, you know, be a centrist about it. Because, like, there is a part where it's like, well, yeah, they kind of, you know, are annoying with this and that. Or, you know, you have, like, these hotshot motherfuckers that, you know, want to try to, like, you know, intimidate people, blah, blah. Like, I mean, you still get these fucking, you know, stories from people. So it's like, and this is the reason why, you know, people do, at least at minimal, want to see some form of reformation on this type of shit. Because, like, I mean, the way, you know, how police are excused when it comes to the, you know, the way that they do their jobs improperly versus, like, you know, like any other job is ridiculous. Like, the fact that they're able to essentially just, like, you know, get away with not doing their fucking jobs properly, pretty much as, like, a part of their fucking job, you know, is insane. Like, I mean, if I were to do some shit like that, I'd be fired like a fucking split, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, or at least, you know, basically have my hours gutted down to like a day or some shit. You know, so it's like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, you know, at the very minimal, like, you know, even people who are somewhat like pro police to an extent, you know, like they still want to see some level of accountability. Because, you know, people want, you know, to make sure that bad apples, so to speak, you know, get weeded out. Even though, frankly, you know, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much all the cops are bad apples. But whatever. That's just my opinion on that.
That's it. Because the moment that she starts yelling and stuff is the moment where this, you know, the moment where the situation went south.
And attempts to pull away from the officers could also land her a resisting arrest with violence charge at best, or a battery on an officer charge at worst, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. On top of all this, she's putting herself at risk of losing custody of her child and showing herself as an unfit mother. But despite all the trouble she's just brewed up for herself, she somehow...
I kind of find the edits on this video a little absurd.
It's a good idea to act like this.
You need to listen.
Oh yeah, well let me see someone break into your home, and then you'll be one of the cops. Then, yeah, I would. I just don't want them using excessive force to deal with it when it's unneeded. Shut up, lib. And even then, honestly, I probably wouldn't call them right off the bat. I'll deal with it, you know, my way to address the situation, and then call them accordingly after that. You know, because frankly, I don't trust them to fucking deal with the situation, you know, anyway. So, you know, especially when it comes to the night shift of, like, the police around here with Milwaukee PD. Because, honestly, a good chunk of them are kind of dicks. So, you know, and, I mean, that's just kind of across the board at this point. I mean, a lot of them are just, like, you know, these new young buck hotshot motherfuckers who probably don't even live here for the most part, you know, that don't give a shit. You know, so it's like, I mean, because I've had my run-ins with these fucks, and, you know, they don't care. And also, these motherfuckers will literally just waltz into your fucking house and shit without a fuck in the world to give. Like, I mean, it's like, do you got a fucking warrant, you know, to be in my goddamn house? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you could be outside, and if there's someone that you want to, like, like, see or some shit, they will come out, you know, but if not, you know, then fuck off. Like, go away. Get off my property. Like, I mean, but they don't give a shit. It's like 2 or 3 cop cars when one car is just pulled over. Same here, dude. Dude, oh my god. When it comes to traffic stops, dude, Milwaukee PD, that's their bread and fucking butter, dude. Oh my god, they love that shit. Dude, and especially if it's like, you know, some, you know, like, oh, expired tags or this and that, and or it happens to be like a homeless person that might be driving their truck around or some shit. Oh my god, yeah. Ugh, dude, man, this is why. Because honestly, even at an early age, I never really liked cops too much. But, like, I mean, holy fuck. I mean, like, at least when I was a little kid, it was just because, you know, I thought it was hip to be a little rebel, little dork or some shit. Now, as an adult, you know, I feel vindicated because at least there was a fucking reason for it.
It's kind of crazy that the baby is so chill. That's a chill ass baby, dog. Like, respect to the child. You know what I mean?
No shit.
Like, low key. If I'm a baby, I'd be crying at this moment. I'd be going goo goo gaga. Like,
I'd be going goo goo gaga. What the fuck? Dude, same, dude. Same. Dude, honestly, if I was a baby, I would be flipping my fucking goat, dude, at this point. But, like, this baby just, like, just chilling. Like, there ain't no goo nor God to be had. I love the way his song just phrased it, dude. I'd be doing a goo goo gaga, like, I mean, what the fuck? I love it.
Baby's like, this is the chillest day in Florida for me.
Chillest day in Florida for me.
Getting used to it, you know? Not even a goo goo nor a gaga up in this bitch. Fuck
it. Neither a goo goo nor a gaga up in this bitch. What take, Rose? Don't say anything, Rose. Just leave it in the clouds, in the ether. You're just gonna have to, you're just gonna be, you know, you're just gonna have to take a guess. And guess what? I'm not gonna tell you what. So, how about that? Honestly, I forgot. Good, because I did too. I did too.
You're very, very disrespectfully.
Just reach over and grab.
I mean, I guess she is getting her ID now at this point. Which also implies that the situation could have been handled way better. Like, instead of, you know, these cops having an attitude about this, you know, it's just like, I mean, you know, they could have been way more cordial and they probably would have been able to get to this fucking situation without her probably fucking freaking out. Well, it looked like she did have an ID in the first place, so she did say she didn't have an ID, which that's also lying, so.
Alpha House of Canals. You know the address there? What's the little one's name? It doesn't matter. Today it does.
Wait, what?
Was her ID just flashed?
It doesn't matter. Today it does.
Wait, what?
Wait.
What's the little one's name?
Dude, the cop did flash her ID, dude.
It doesn't matter. Today it does.
Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you, like, what is the baby a fucking... Is the baby an eyewitness? Like, what's happening? I was like, no, it does matter because I'm arresting the baby too. Accessory to
a crime?
Crime, bitch.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's right. The baby is a suspected accomplice.
It does matter. It doesn't. Yeah, listen. There's allegations that you put your hands on someone. Okay? So because the child's present, when that happened, I need a little information.
The Alpha House?
You doubt. Yeah, he does.
Homeless facility? Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's the...
So she is a homeless mother. Oh, man. See, again, this is why I feel like the situation could have been handled better. And if anything, they're, you know, also if these cops were more professional about the situation, they could have been like, look, you know, there's probably going to have to, unfortunately, be charges and stuff because you laid hands on someone. But, you know, there is a process to where you can have this, you know, taken down to a lesser charge and where you don't lose custody of your child. You know, so, you know, here's like some cards, you know, and, you know, that you can have and blah, blah, blah. And, so you can, like go through the process to make sure they can, have the best outcome given the situation, yada yada. But no, honestly, like in a way, I think the cops made this situation, worse. Like because like now they're probably going to add extra bullshit, to this woman, and if anything, lose custody of a kid, and that kid's not going to go through a foster care system in Florida and probably be abused, more so than whatever fucking shit's going on, in the kid's life, being with being homeless on the streets with his mom or her mom or whatever, the kid's mom. I don't think the gender was ever like specified, but either way, like I mean, it's it's like, and honestly, that's already bad enough as it is. But it's like instead of how this has been approached, it could have been done in such a better fucking manner, and in a way to where it's like, where it could be like, hey, here's like, outlets where you could potentially at least get some assisted housing outside of having to live at like some homeless shelter or some shit.
For homeless mothers, Jesus Christ, dude.
Great
That
value.
sucks.
Cringe. That sucks. Yes.
See, that's what I mean. Like,
fed up with her attitude and appalled by her total disrespect for her own child, Officer Fisher walks away to speak with the actual victim.
like, yeah, watch this fucking dumbass Karen get owned, guys. Lol. I hope chat feels better about fucking preying on her downfall, because either she works with homeless mothers at Alpha House or is directly a homeless mother. That's what,
I mean, considering that she is a mother herself, she's probably a homeless mother.
the first thing I said, YouTubers think a Karen being arrested is the same as a homeless mother being afraid of getting her child taken from her. Like, the thing is, like, I immediately noticed that, like, she's not obviously all right. Okay? But sometimes it's good to like try to better understand people's circumstances, right? Like, she has a fucking baby on her chest. Clearly, like, she has to take the baby everywhere she goes. You know what I mean? Clearly, she's already, like, not in a good situation. This doesn't mean it's appropriate for her to, like, assault elderly security officers and shit. That's a whole different can of worms, obviously. She shouldn't even have to be a security officer, let's be real.
The fact that
like,
the fact that an elderly security officer is even a thing is just kind of sad. I mean, it's like, how do you expect an elderly person to be a security guard? And, like, an elderly woman, too. Like, what, you got, like, someone's Meemaw being a security guard? Like, what, is she somehow secretly the Hulk, when you unleash the fucking rage out of her or something? Like, what the fuck? I mean, what? Dude, it just really shows how much of a nightmare shithole Florida is, dude. Like, this is why when Reconstruction 2 Electric Boogaloo, eventually, maybe one day in my dream world gets manifested, which I want it to be a reality. I wish to manifest this upon the world. Like, I mean, we need to isolate Florida in a dome. Well, not just a dome, but also like a sphere, really. Like I said, I don't want these motherfuckers, trying to sneak their way out with tunnels or anything like that. So, like, and all that type of shit. I'm just thinking, it's like, hey, we want to isolate, some entertainment value, but it's like, I mean, goddamn. I mean, it's like, for the exceptional few that are actually trying to, like, hustle bustle it, escape Florida as, like, for what everything it stands, it's like, yeah, we'll have a little genuine escape plan for those people. But, I mean, goddamn, does it need to be isolated and just, like, fucked off into the climate change, ocean rising hellscape that it will eventually be succumbed to?
All of a sudden, people have all the compassion when the lady is white. I still pray for her downfall. We should take an older security officer of color. No, I disagree with this take. But so what, she can't hit people? You're so fucking stupid, dude. I can't tell if you're, again, like, if these women were black, no one would care about her or the baby.
Yeah, when a dog needs water.
Famously, that is the case. First of all, I can't tell if you're LARPing as a black person, if you're actually a black person. But here's the thing. If you are actually a black person, you should understand very easily that an officer that treats a white woman like that with a child is going to fucking kill a black woman with a child, okay? So, shutting out empathy in that situation is not necessarily a benefit. I'm a black woman. Okay, then you know that. And what the fuck do you mean? This is like when dumbasses come in here and they're like, like the cops don't give a shit. The cops don't give a shit when people don't care that more white people are getting killed by cops than black people. Like, this is a common racist take, right? People say this shit all the time, which is not even true. Like when white people get shot by the police, you know who's there? Black Lives Matter is there to protest. Why are they there to protest? Because Black Lives Matter understands that cops that kill white people are just as easily, if not much easier, going to kill black people.
I think there's like half a dozen fills before make this. What? I guess you're all having a little side chat.
Homeless or not, she's still being an asshole. If I lost my legs or something that wouldn't give me permission to suddenly be racist. Honestly, the cop and the lady are unlikable. I know. I never said that she's actually correct. Okay? I said that she did the wrong thing. Why is this so profoundly hard for many to comprehend? Okay? The lady, the white lady...
Because a lot of terminating online motherfuckers, just cannot, understand nuance or anything like that.
Well, the child very clearly did a wrong thing. But sometimes, even if you're doing the wrong thing, cops should rise above that. They're the ones who have the power to take your freedom away. They're the ones in that circumstance to be able to literally take your child away from you. Okay?
Or your life.
So cops should deal with issues with a tremendous more empathy, with a tremendous amount of empathy, given the power dynamic that they have in every circumstance. Okay? That is my perspective. So while she's in the wrong, the white lady with the child, the homeless white woman with the child is obviously in the wrong, the cops should be working to de-escalate. Okay? They should be leading with empathy. That's it. And anybody that looks at her circumstances and goes, nah, fuck that. She's a bitch. All this shit is ridiculous. Okay?
I mean, and also, it would be such an absurd standard for cops to just have to, base their fucking, standard, of the law based off of empathy and shit. It would be, what a just bane. What a bane upon the police force to be able to just, uphold such a standard. We obviously cannot hold ourselves to such professionalism.
It's ridiculous.
You know what's going to be disturbing? The smog monster, that because it already looks all melted. Smog monster. If she says out of line once, that's enough for the cop to go Judge Dredd. Well, she's white, so they don't. And also, she has an infant on her chest.
Alright, where did she meet you? She needs your face? Oh, man.
The pipe.
While the footage is obscured, the victim here points out her head and upper body as the place's destiny hit her. Her name is Aisha Latifa Abdullah, a 66-year-old grandmother working as a security guard.
She's 66 and she's a security guard. Florida's a fucking hell.
The other officer is still exercising a massive amount of patience in dealing with Ms. Froze.
So what's going on?
Again, there was allegations that you put your hands on someone. So in the state of Florida, any unwanted touching, that's considered battery. Okay? If someone touched you first and then you touch them,
dude, every cop that says okay is literally okay.
That's possible, right?
You sound like a goddamn fucking seagull, dude. Okay.
Once touching, that's battery. So this officer has to conduct his investigation. So I don't know which I'm here, right? You saw when I got here. I came right to you. So I don't know what the other side is saying, but he has to conduct his investigation. An allegation of crime has occurred. So if he asks for your ID and you refuse to give it to him, that in itself is a crime. Okay? So look, I don't know what
okay, I don't give a fuck.
He's going here, what he intends to do, but I mean, let's just take deep breaths and figure all this out, alright? Again, I don't know how far he's going and what's being, completely alleged. All I know is someone called and they said that you put your hands on someone, okay? That's a crime. The reason why I asked for his name is when a crime involved in front of a minor, I have to report it to DCF. I have to.
Well, then I need to call the house that I'm staying at because it's a DCF middleman right there.
Okay. again, I mean, listen, I don't know what the other side is alleging right now, other than you put your hands on.
How's it gonna stop us? You're an old woman past your prime. That may be true, but I have something you'll never stand. Meth! Did she just speed blitzes them? Just dude doesn't blitz. Would you? Hey, what? I'm gonna squeeze that paw until it pops. What do you want? Why are you harassing me, dog? I'm just a fucking little nanny little meemaw husky over here. Leave me alone. The infant is a member of the Rebel Alliance and is a traitor. That infant is a member of the Rebel Alliance and is a traitor. Take it away.
Okay.
I didn't put my hands on her until she swung back at me. Because I went to snatch the phone out of her hand.
You just admitted to a crime then. You admitted that you were going to grab something that was on her property, which was her phone, and then she swung back at you in defense, and thus you literally did not help your situation at all. There's committed crimes as well. No, I haven't. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Destiny doesn't realize it, but even after being told that
crimes against your libido. Oh, well, whatever. We don't count that.
Definitions of every crime she's being investigated for, she just admitted to committing battery by stating she was the first person to unlawfully touch the other, as well as admitting that at any point she did begin hitting Aisha Abdullah. But just watch how embarrassing her attempt to wise up and follow the kind of bad legal advice you'd find on Facebook is when Officer Fisher returned.
You find on Facebook.
Yeah.
Alright, Miss Rose, do you want to answer any questions to talk to me about what happened today or no?
I mean, am I being placed under arrest?
I'm going to read you your rights before I talk to you. Do you want to talk to me or am I going to waste my time reading your rights?
When a cop says they're about to read you your rights, you're under arrest.
Hey, I'm being placed under arrest.
I said you're going to read your rights.
That means they're being under arrest. Cop, hey, Piggy, don't fucking weasel your words. When you say you're about to read the Miranda rights, you're being under arrest. I will admit, they're not under obligation to do so, because I remember when I was arrested, I was never read any of that. Yeah, they're not obligated to that. I mean, Supreme Court enforced it. It was like a 2008 Supreme Court ruling back in the day. The last little eckling of, Bush's just tyranny, raining upon us all. So, gotta love it. Femboy ignore stream win. I mean, I always do that because I can be a femboy. I just don't really have the modest apparel for that. I mean, so you ain't gonna really get that until I do. Which when? Whenever the fuck I got money for that. I mean, I did get a shirt, though. I mean, I'm going to get a shirt here pretty soon. It's a fur shirt. So. Yeah, you'll see it when it happens. For the infant at the hog. Dude, Rose was saying, if that was going to happen or not, and I said no, and I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. But you're a little late to the punch on that one. It'll distract him for a moment so he can run. Oh my god. It's so fucking horrible.
Under arrest?
Do you want to talk to your house?
I'm asking a question so I can make arrangements. Am I being placed under arrest?
Would it like me to go to jail? Do you want to talk to me or no?
Ma'am, you're likely going to jail. That means you're going on to be on arrest. Why is this cop, fucking using every way under the sun to say that, she's under arrest without saying she's under arrest? Just be blunt and say what the fuck you mean, you pig.
You want to answer any questions about what happened?
What are you doing?
Or I'll tell you
Like
the story.
Like what?
Do you want to yes or no? It's a simple question.
This is so shitty. And it's so wild to me that there is definitely a decent amount of people that immediately go, well, her vibes are off. So I think it's valid for the cops to literally arrest this person. Look, I will say this,
to a degree, I think maybe there is, at least merit for a detainment to at least investigate the scenario, but if she was willing to cooperate and not be so hot-headed, and also if the cops weren't such unprofessional dickwad piece of shit, strutting their fucking authority like they're a bunch of, hot, fucking shop, dickbag motherfuckers, the situation probably would have turned out a lot better. And if anything, they probably could have, reached out to different, resources that probably would have, helped her out in the situation instead. But no, that's not really what happened. So it's just really an indictment on the existence of Florida itself. I'm just going to blame it on that. The fact that it's just Florida, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just Florida.
It comes from a place of not really understanding the repercussions. I'm not a prison abolitionist, right?
But are you not on a fucking piece of wood? That's not... Okay, I guess it's... alright. Tomorrow, when I'm at work, I'm gonna get you a bone. Because evidently you want a bone. Oh my god, you look so cute of that. You little... I don't want you having splinters. Get over here. Okay, I'm giving him a pork bone, obviously. Oh shit, he's good. Oh, he's coming. Oh fuck, he's coming. And pew-pews that infant out of the sky and innocent. Well, I don't think that's what's gonna happen. And you're not gonna be giving me a bone anytime soon, okay? What does anytime soon mean? I don't know, that's up to interpretation. How about that? Can I help you, dog? Oh my god, look at you. Get in the chair. Over there. Hey. Hey. That I did say sit. Chair. Hey. No. Oh my god. You fuck. Get. Hey. I'm pointing. No. Don't sit. Don't. No. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No. Yes. Good boy. There you go. Holy fuck. Why was that so hard? Oh my god. Are you dumb? Fucking goober. Operation Sneak-a-Toke is now in effect. Hush for a moment. Hello! Do not say that, because you know I'm gonna be loud as fuck. Gonna do some butt vocal style, yeah. Why'd you say anything about that? Could've said it after that operation was successful. I mean, come on. I got a voice on that shit. Come on. I probably just fucked up that whole operation. You know what? Good. I mean, you shouldn't have said anything until you already were done with it. So that's on you. You should know my inhibitions are not exactly 100% at the moment. I mean, come on. Am I ever serious here? Yes. I swear, honestly, if his mom actually did wake up from that and be like, "What are you doing there? What are you doing, old Venom?" Dude, honestly, if that did happen, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna fucking laugh. If I get a comment be like, "Fuck you," she's asking what I'm doing or something. I swear, dude, if that happens, I'm gonna laugh.
I've talked about the necessity for detainment and the necessity for...
all right, we understand. We understand that, buddy. We're here for the vid. Oh my god, he really went on for a minute.
Ma'am, he's asking you if you want to answer questions.
And I need to make sure my son does not go into any of y'all's hands.
Ma'am. let's worry about this side of it first, and then obviously I'm not going to rip a child off of a mom's arms. It's not how this works.
Yeah, like, I think the reason why...
You wasted your breath? Oh, shit. Well... God damn it. It's because you kind of expected me to do that, didn't you? Well, you know what? I was giving it... Yeah.
I think the reason why she thinks that... You attacked a 66-year-old woman, dude. She could have seriously hurt her and her child. Okay, but she didn't. I fucking hate people that are like this, dude. Please. But she didn't. Do you think it's just? Do you think, even if she didn't, the likelihood that, like, it could have happened, do you think it's good to just, like, fucking ruin 3 lives at that point? You know what I mean? She didn't. Americans have to reevaluate the way they look at crime and punishment. Sucks. Like I said, she did something fucked up. Not like...
Man. I'm assuming that he's probably doing this little walk. So, not being loud out nowhere.
What's to stop her from doing it again? The top of the hour ad break is stopping her from doing it again.
Damn. Wow. What? Like, what's stopping her from doing it again? I don't know. What does that? What does that even mean? Honestly, what? Oh my god, motherfuckers, dude. Jesus Christ. Dude, people be just fucking goobers. Oop. Too late, already made it. Damn it!
He continues ignoring the officer, calling a family member to come pick up her child, whose safety she's suddenly very concerned with. Now, where was that concern when she was assaulting a grandmother?
Dad or a friend?
That's his aunt.
His aunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Social worker, Jesus Christ, some of the chatters are horrifying. Taking away a child should always be the last resort. The fact that so few are asking, can we get her into mental health services and steady food and housing is sad? Exactly. That was my point. I mean,
yeah. I mean, in a situation like this, it really should be the last resort when it comes to that. And you know what? I mean, I will grant this. I mean, at least she is, like, calling up her aunt. I mean, like, hey, at least, someone can look after my child, and I don't want, my kid going into y'all's hands instead. So that kind of does at least, give an opportunity that even if she does technically lose custody, she could still have access to her child and blah, 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 and all that shit. So, I mean, again, it really just shows the unprofessionalism of the fucking police in this one.
A bunch of you turn into little fascists, though. Like, holy shit. Americans, when you talk to them about foreign policy, or Americans, when you talk to them about, like, non-punitive approaches to criminal justice, literally turn into little Adolf Hitlers like that. Like, it's just not even a question. There's like, let me put my Adolf Hitler hat on immediately. It's not new. I've duked it out with chatters on this issue so many times. And like I said, I'm not an abolitionist, okay? It's crazy.
Sorry, I guess I'm not going. I'm missing my work meeting too.
Like, she literally is annoying. That's the thing. Like, she's so fucking annoying, okay? Everybody understands that. But the punishment for being fucking annoying and relentless after, like, doing something in the wrong should not be, all right, well, the state's taking your fucking child away, dumbass.
Don't be annoying next time, bitch.
Like, come on, dude.
Like you.
That's crazy.
I might take you to the pound if you're so goddamn annoying the boy. And honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I could never do that. I would rather die than do that.
Listen, in order for him to ask you specific questions about what happened today, he would have to read you your rights. Okay?
Also, that's bullshit too. He's lying. No, that's not the case.
That is true. There is, when you know your rights and shit, when it comes to, like, once your quote-unquote Miranda rights, broadly are being, described, like, when a cop says, when we read you your rights, or, like, anything equivocal to that, like, you're at that point, you're pretty much under arrest. They're not saying it, but you are. Like, yeah, that's essentially what they're saying.
He's reading her rights specifically so they can open up a case. So he's not. No, you could have a conversation with her. It just would be inadmissible in this situation. So the reason why you're really adamant about this, okay? The reason why they're really adamant about it is because they want to use it as testimony.
Reading you your rights. If you don't want to answer questions, then
She needs to be put in her place. She's crying now. She realizes she done fucked up now. Yeah, see, like, yeah, there you go. That's not like, bro, you're not like a good person. I'm gonna be honest. You think you are because you like follow the rules or whatever, but that's not like good guy opinion right there. That's bad guy opinion. You gotta fix that, like, quick. Because like you're not even talking about like a solution to the problem. You said put in her place. Putting her in her place.
Dude, Phantom, what the fuck, bro? Really? Should have offered herself and dude, what the fuck, man? Look, I mean, there's make some memes and jokes, but that's a little bit of a step too far, man. I mean, come on. I mean, in this context and scenario, I mean, come on, dude, a little too far, man. Oh, a little bit of a bridge too far. Just a little bit, okay? Just a smidge. In this specific scenario, like, you think to say free? Dude, again, man, what, dude? Okay, whatever. I'm not dignifying that with a response.
Circumstances like fucking ruining the kid's life too.
and tell your side of the story, he's going to read it to you and then ask questions. But if you don't want to talk, he's not going to take the time and read it to you. That's what his question is. He can only help you.
While Destiny is undoubtedly a Karen and in the wrong here, it's incredibly important to remember that police are allowed to lie to you in pursuit of a confession. That's it.
And, you know, honestly, that should not be the case. Like, the cops should not be able to lie to you, you know, as a way to do shit like that. I mean, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, maybe, like, interrogations or investigations, maybe, you know, on that level, I can probably understand when it comes to, like, when it comes to, like, you know, re-technique of, you know, doing confessionary work and stuff like that. But in this situation, that should not be the case. Like, if you're, like, you know, driving around, you know, walk the beat type of cop or whatever the fuck, I mean, that should be an exemption. Like, I mean, it should be, you know, forbidden for these motherfuckers to be able to do shit like that. Like an investigator or some shit, I can maybe understand it, you know, to lead up a confession to a potential, like, murderer or whatever the fuck. I mean, but, you know, in this circumstance, no. Zooks, what the fuck do you want? I have spoiled the fuck out of you. You have one more pork bun left, and I'm not giving it to you. You're getting that tomorrow. You're too much of a needy bitch. You're spoiled, bro. A spoiled boy. You've been spoiled way too much in the last weekend, okay? Like,
Exactly what Officer Fisher did. Talking to the police can lead someone to confessing without even realizing it. If a person believes they've done...
This is awesome. The guy's just like, the police demonstrating their restraint by not executing this fucking lady immediately shows that they are valiant and brave.
No wrong. It's best to state you're involving your Fifth Amendment rights. Comply with lawful orders, but remain completely silent until you have an attorney present. After a 30-minute wait, the child's Aunt Leah arrives to pick him up.
He'll let him know.
Okay, can I tell you something real quick?
I'm gonna be easy.
Okay.
You or nothing, okay? Just relax, though.
Destiny was...
I like how those cops immediately were really quick to fucking put the cuffs on there.
...with felony battery on a licensed security officer. At the time of this recording, the case remains ongoing, but considering her outright confession on camera, it's safe to say she'll likely face conviction.
Oh my god, I hate this so much. I hate the...
Dude, yeah, I don't like that. I mean, she should, you know, really honestly, at minimal, maybe, you know, go through counseling services of, like, anger management, you know, mandatory anger management classes and shit. Maybe some community service, and you know, and that's really about it. Like, I mean, like, cause, like, look, I can understand, like, yeah, she is in the wrong to a degree, but this is just like too much of a fucking punishment, you know, for some shit like this, especially for like a homeless single mother that is just trying to like, you know, survive with her kid. Like, that's just fucked. I mean, I'm glad the kid at least has, you know, like her aunt, but I mean, fuck, dude, that's just, it's ridiculous.
Justice system so much. I hate. Oh, I hate everything. Oh my god, nobody ever thinks about like the real human toll of this entire situation. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I totally understand why fucking Lolo is brain broken. Their care.
But Karens don't just disregard the safety of infants. As contemptible as it sounds, some Karens even despise dogs and disabled people. On February 16, 2023, an officer from the Indian River County Sheriff's Department in Fort Pierce, Florida, responded to a call at a local public supermarket,
Florida,
claiming that someone had assaulted a disabled man with a service dog.
What the fuck, dude? Nah, man. A Civil War movie makes the assumption that Florida could eat. Wait, what movie? Wait, which one?
She kicked the service dog, or the gentleman?
I clearly don't think she should have been incarcerated or have her child taken away. You just said I'm ignoring the insane level of child endangerment. You made it clear that you say she doesn't deserve prison, but he's doing insane levels of child endangerment. Well, she's going to prison. If you think the prison is the worst thing that can happen to a child without a mother, then you should be against that, right? I think that's the point that I'm making here. Hasanabe is the most shit den I see ever.
So we'll move California to yeah, that movie. Yeah, that one. It's literally called Civil War.
That's what the guy said.
Because I know there's like Civil War movies about, well, you know, the actual Civil War and shit. So I thought maybe YouTube censored you over like some Civil War movie you're referencing, but no, you're okay. Whatever. I honestly thought YouTube was being too much of a nanny.
I think what's pissing off most black members of this community is the small amount that's left is the fact of your fucking attitude. No one here is saying she should have had her child taken away, but she did hit a 66-year-old lady. Black members in my community. What?
Dude, some people... Dude.
The small amount that's left... You know what, dude? You're right.
You know what,
As
man?
a white supremacist...
like, dude, like, if I ever, like, get big enough to have a chat like this, like, you know, we're calling hard. We're gonna do a massive herd calling. Like, nah. I would never accept such absurdity.
Let me make it very clear. As a white supremacist, I want white people to never go to prison, okay? I only want black people to go to prison. Please, forget every single thing I've said for the past 10 years of my life, okay? And assume that it's the exact opposite. I've made it very clear that a police unit that treats a white woman like that are going to be far, far worse to a black woman, okay? If you can't comprehend that, I don't know what to tell you. You can't as a black person this shit, okay? What do you mean? How many black people have respected cops and got killed? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God. Dude, this is pure liberalism, okay? Black, white, doesn't matter. You are trying to spear dick your own personal, like, grievance into this situation. And, like, we're on the same side, okay? We're on the same side on this issue. I don't think you understand that, though. You're like...
Last person had to leave. And if this is what should go sound banned because of a killer Bigfoot, oh my God. A killer Bigfoot, dude, really? I mean, what?
Oh, let me fucking get my licks in. It's fire when the cops behave like this to white people is not going to be a sustainable position for you, okay? That's crazy. That is a crazy take to have as a black person. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. He's also like a... Of the white...
What? Okay, there we go. I just want to skip ahead. Because I figured, yeah, he gets stoned like so fucking much.
Yeah, man. In a situation like that, I'm probably most likely gonna demonstrate empathy to the person who's like being apprehended and arrested by the police, regardless of what kind of fucking episode they're having. You know what I mean? My expectation from the police always is going to be that the standards, if the power you have over a normal civilian is that you can rob them of their fucking humanity in that very moment, you can rob them of their life, you can rob them of their freedom, you can take their child away, then yeah, the fucking the seriousness that you must demonstrate, it needs to match up your power in that circumstance. Okay? You can't just like behave this.
All we officially know is people just spinning left and right in the 50s, and people thought there was something weird in the woods. We go there and saying, so appropriate songs just come from the woods to this day. I mean, it sounds a little far-fetched. I mean, if you want to put a pin on it, I mean, like, you know, like, cause, well, like, I'll tell you what, like, after, like, this little, like, you know, clip of this, like, chick apparently assaulting, you know, a dude's, you know, service dog, you know, and, cause I got something I want to say about that, to be honest with you. So, it's like, once we get through that, and then once we kind of get through the gist of this shit, then, you know, send me a link about it. We'll use that as, like, a little palate cleanser. How about that? How about that? Because I know you don't like us on for some fucking reason or another. Whatever. But, I mean, you know, it's like, hey, you know, I can't deny that at least he ain't wrong going here. I'm saying. So, but whatever. Put a pin on it.
I mean, holy shit, dude. This is literally this is a straight up Angela Davis, our prison's obsolete moment. The solution to the criminal justice system is not pinkwashing prisons and ensuring that the women's prisons are more aggressive and meets the violent standards of the male prisons. The solution is lowering the standard of violence in the male prisons as well. Okay? And she's a black woman who wrote that book. If you want to go fucking read a book, Mr. Hassan, you don't know anything about abolition. Like, I do. I understand the concept. There you go. Go read Angela Davis. Yeah, also, the last video was a white woman, and I had a completely different analysis because it was a completely different circumstance. Exactly. Like, everybody forgot, though, I guess. It's just sad that people just, like, immediately hit the fucking Hitler particle so quick.
Hitler particles.
Well, I don't think it's going to help on me, that's for sure. That's bad. But yeah. That lady over there? I got you. Trying to move quickly. She knows she stepped out.
The victim's name is Martin Drabeck, a disabled 71-year-old man. He eagerly directs the officer to the woman who he claims assaulted him, hoping she wouldn't have time to flee. Now, no matter what you imagine this assaulter might look like, I guarantee you'd never expect what the officer encountered next.
What?
Oh, here it is.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
So the asshole really did call you, huh?
Yes.
Good. Last fucking dog.
Like, it's, like, literally just some old fucking granny. Oh, my lord, dude. Holy shit, bro. Like, bruh. I mean, really? It's just a fucking granny? Seriously? Like, and she's, you know, probably just some angry dude, okay, I have PTSD low-key from fucking grannies with goddamn fucking, you know, striped shirts because they're the biggest bitches in the world. Like, holy fuck. I mean, you know, I've had to deal with one. I've told the story before. Like, I mean, like, cause, bruh, like, holy shit. I mean, it's bad. I mean, dude, they have, like, the biggest, like, fucking thorn in their side, you know, and have, like, you know, goddamn hell to pay with the whole fucking world, bro. They hate, you know, everything, you know, they pretty much have scorn, you know, for pretty much every living thing ever. They just cannot, you know, fucking, have any sense of ability of like, maybe they're in the wrong of anything. Like these bitches, dude. Ugh, the worst. Genuinely the fucking worst, man. Ugh. I can't. I legitimately cannot fucking stand these types. Like, man. I feel for this dude, with his fucking dog, because like my dog's very friendly. Like he's a really friendly dog, and sometimes he likes to jump on people that he thinks are really friendly and shit. And it's like, and I always try to mind, him and stuff, and kind of keep him back a little bit, because I know some people don't like that and shit. But it's like, I mean, if anyone were to like straight up like assault him, like there's gonna be fucking hell to fucking pay, dude. Like straight up. Like, I mean, there ain't no goddamn way that, like, I mean, I'm gonna just allow, like, someone to lay their hands on my dog. I mean, I wouldn't even do that. Like, I mean, I would, like, bop his nose if he's done something wrong, be like, no, bad boy and stuff, but, like, it's never, like, straight up, like, how fuck or whatever, it's like, like, that's just us. Like, I just want to be able to do, like, I could never do that to him. Like, I mean, and he's been a little bit of a trouble child before, but, he's honestly chilled out in a lot of ways. In fact, so much so that he's curled up in the cutest little ball. Oh my goodness. He's a little ball. So cute. So adorable. So it's just like, I mean, point proven, if anything, right there. It's like, there ain't no way I could, like, be mad at him. At least, to the extent of being able to do something like that. So it's like, if any other motherfucker were especially do that, it's like, oh, hell no. Frankly, I don't care if it's granny or not. At that point, it's like, there's going to be some fucking hell to pay.
Afterwards, I kicked him in the ass. Okay? So what would you like to discuss?
What's the story?
What's the story? I asked the man why he had the dog in here. It's a service dog. Where's his document? Where's his proof? I don't have to show you.
Yeah, he doesn't. And honestly, what the fuck is your business? Like, I mean, oh my god, I hate people like this, dude. I fucking seriously hate people like this. I mean, it's like, look, it's one thing if, like, someone has, like, a service dog of their own and just want to make sure or whatever, and, and, like, whatever the fuck. I mean, but, even if you don't, because Zukov isn't a service animal, but, like, people have, like, done this type of shit, and it's like, no, but he's allowed to be in here. There's no rule against him being in here, like, because I understand where I can take him, where I can't. So it's like I'm always, privy about that, and people just, and not often. It's been really fucking rare, luckily, because usually most people don't give that much of a shit. It's like, but every now and then there'll be someone to stick up their ass, just being like, oh, there ain't no, like, your surf dog, this and that, oh, fuck you, what the, it's like, he's okay to be in here. Like, I mean, there are places where, like dogs aren't the, like service dogs or service animals aren't the only ones that are allowed to be there. It's like, I mean, as long as there's, no problems, but that's always up to the owner's discretion. And like my store, the bar that I go to, place like that, it's always fine. And my dog's never ever caused issues. He's very friendly, likes to walk up and be curious and sniff people and other dogs and stuff like that. And whenever there's another service animal, I'm always, privy to make sure he stays, away from them, because obviously they got a job to do. While, obviously when it comes to, Zooks, he's just there to be cute, so, like, I mean, there's obviously a difference, and I always try to make sure I mind, him and myself when it comes to things like that. I mean, so, I mean, it's like, and that's the thing, it's like, as long as there's at least a basic respect of, it's like, make sure that, it's all minded and stuff, like, that's fine. But, like, it's like every now and then, there's always, like, someone wants to be a fucking asshole because they have, like, some disdain on the fact that people have, like, dogs or some shit, or, like, pet, and they have the audacity to fucking bring them around in public or something. It's like, fuck you. It's like, I mean, I have a life, and I also have, like, a dog that also has a life, and I want to, like, make sure my pup's happy, and, let my dog be walked around and go in places and stuff. I mean, that adds value to that dog's life and makes the dog happy. To the point where he's at home, he's sleeping in a big, curled up little fucking croissant of a ball. You know, where he's all sleepy. Because he's not all amped up with energy because he's locked up at home all day. So, it's like, what the fuck?
I don't have to. I said, well, we'll go up to the desk then. I don't have to show them either. I said, because he's not a fucking service dog. And then the dog jumped on me. So I turned around and I kicked him in the ass.
The assaulter shown to be 80-year-old retiree Virginia Wargo Kitzner. While most people are reluctant to admit their crimes to the police, before the officer could even get a word in, Virginia already confessed to assaulting Martin. The manner in which she describes the event shows a level of entitlement you'd think nobody could maintain after 80 years on Earth. It's clear that this
after 80 years, I love this.
Experienced consequences before, but that egocentric world.
Dog, she's 80. Oh my god,
she's 88, dude.
No fucking way, dude. This is the craziest. This channel is actually the first one I get, right? But like.
What channel is this? I mean, I want to know.
Channel is crazy, bro. Yo, dude. What? Kill her! Kill her!
Murder at the stake! I mean, honestly, low-key, though, she assaulted a dog, so, you know, she could go fuck herself.
Oh, my lord. Oh, my god. By the way, yeah, you just said, why can't Biden sound this lively? It's kind of funny.
A view of hers is about to be brought tumbling down.
You have your ID on you?
He then presented this thing. I don't do this.
I mean, like, 2 out of 3 of these stories have literally been, like, totally vibes-based, right? The situation could have been handled with, like, this, and then it's handled with, like, the shitty attitude of the person in the situation, like the perpetrator, causing them to get, like, you know, violently apprehended. I don't know if she's going to get violently apprehended, but all apprehensions are violent, okay? That is my standard. I hope you understand. Anytime you put cuffs on a human being, that's violence, okay? Straight up.
I don't sow this to people. But here's this thing. I said, shove it up your ass.
Shove it up your ass? Well, I mean, if it's something that he doesn't necessarily have to show, but if it at least proves that he has a service dog, then you're the one who was asking for the proof, you dumb old granny Karen bitch. She's just like, you know, mad that she hasn't been taken out of the world yet. And she's just going to take it out on everybody else.
It's not your right to be asking around.
It's not my right?
No, it's not.
It literally is. What? Yeah, it literally isn't. You're right. It literally isn't. What? Like, who are you? The fucking fucking service animal police agency? Like, what are you?
I don't need your debit card. I need your ID.
Why not? You're going to give me a ticket.
As a matter of fact, you are going to jail.
Wait. Are you trying to bribe a cop with like what? Cash App or PayPal? Wait, what? What? A debit card? Oh my god, this fucking old crone, dude.
Oh, that's even better.
Yep. So, turn around.
Yo! That's crazy.
Yeah, well, fuck her anyway.
If a situation can be diffused by acting nice and remorseful to an officer, then did you really commit a crime to begin with? Well, that's where the black-white dynamic actually comes into play. Because if you were acting nice and remorseful to an officer, if you were a black person, I feel like, or a brown person, you're probably not going to get the same level of treatment. If she was doing that, though, as an 80-year-old woman, she probably would have been like, the cop probably would have been like, yeah, this has been a mistake or something. You know what I mean? She's parked in a disabled spot. Yeah, bro, she's 80. What do you mean? Excuse me. She's 80 years old.
Yeah, I mean, she probably does have a right for that.
Yeah, when you're 80 years old and you survived it, you're allowed to park at disabled spots. Chatter, what the fuck?
Yeah, I grant her that.
She does not look 80. The video says she's 80.
Put your hands behind your back.
Give me a fucking break.
Turn around, put your hands
Give me a
back.
fucking break. How dare you? Oh my god, dude, what a harpy.
Can I put my wallet away?
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Oh my god.
Don't you guys have nothing better to do? I'm an old white woman. You're supposed to be protecting me, not arresting me. Let me be.
Bro, I'm sorry if an 80-year-old, oh my god. Oh my God. Bro, my dad's 80 and he's not disabled. Does he have a placard, like a handicap lanyard or tag or whatever on their car? Because pretty sure if you're 80, you can probably get one. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you can walk that well when you're fucking 80 years old.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I'm 80. You're 80. Acting like a 14-year-old.
Bro, at that point, if you're not embarrassed for your profession, for your life, like the moment that you strap cuffs on a motherfucking 80-year-old in the parking lot of a Walmart, it should be your come to Jesus moment. Like you're putting the badge, you're putting your fucking badge down on the table.
Oh my God. Oh man, you gotta love America sometimes. Holy fucking shit, dude. You know, like, goddamn.
You're taking out your service weapon and you're putting that on the table too, and you're saying, I'm done with this job. Okay?
I'm done.
It is a Publix, you're right. It's not a Walmart. Classic Florida case. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, not really. She assaulted a dog. I mean, a service dog especially. I mean, fuck her.
Yeah, my mouth.
Do you have any weapons on you? Yeah, my mouth. Okay, you know what? That was a little low-key fucking savage. Alright, you know what? Alright, she got a, 0.5 respect point off of that. A 0.5% respect point, for that one. I'll grant her that one.
Are you, you're just leaving that in the middle of the street?
Yeah, fuck you.
This is the biggest joke I've ever seen. What?
You want me to put this in your car? What do you want me to do with this?
If I tell you, you'll give me another ticket.
Hey, woman, grandma, you ain't getting a ticket for this one. You ain't getting another ticket. You're just gonna get a ticket on top of what's gonna happen here, okay?
I'm gonna take it with me.
Oh, she said, I want you to shove it in your ass.
Why would I not want my license, my credit?
A cop tased my grandma here in Australia and the entire country lost their shit. You're telling me they arrest grandmas and call them Karens in America? Chatter?
She has every right to be called a Karen, and this is justified. Hey, maybe what happened to your me mom, in Australia there, Conky mate, was a different situation, but this is actually justified. I don't care.
We are a very fucked up country.
That's true.
That's all I'm going to say before people start chirping at me and be like, wow, Hassan, you don't want an 80-year-old to go to fucking jail for showing some lip after kicking a guy in the butt with a service dog? That's really fucked up.
I think he kicked the dog, and that's what she did. I don't think he kicked the dude. She kicked the dog.
Yeah, I'm going to go at, this is their 80 moment, okay?
Their 80
Here's the thing. This might be a controversial opinion. But once you're above 78, or if you are below 18, but especially below 14, okay? You automatically hit this area where law enforcement should never deal with you. Unless it is a ridiculous circumstance, right? Unless you're somehow a fucking mass murderer.
I mean, I think this is kind of a ridiculous circumstance.
Okay? You are outside of the boundaries of law enforcement, okay? That's how I feel about it. There's
been old grandpas who have straight up, fucking shot people, okay? Or
a pedophile. It's dude, first of all, I said under 14. I don't think you can literally be a pedophile under the age of 14, chatter. But yeah, look. Okay, Hassan, I was with you on the last one, but you're way off on this.
I don't think
80 doesn't mean you're disabled. It's not about age when it comes to being disabled. Bro, it's 80. It's a statistical probability at this point that, you probably are disabled, right? Of some variety. What 80-year-old do you know that's just, running around and is such a genuine present danger to the public that they deserve to be handcuffed? What the fuck? Oh, my God.
I mean, there's probably some that do exist out there. I don't know any personally.
And all my money put back in my pocketbook and take it with me.
Well, it's going to be processed and then detained by the police at the fucking station.
to search it before I take it. Okay?
I'll go right ahead. My pen might do something to you. Watch out. James Bond pen.
Yeah.
James Bond pen? What are you, the fucking IRA?
My car, I pay taxes.
I pay taxes as well. Probably pay more
Yeah,
taxes.
by the way, doesn't she have a disability plate anyway?
Probably more taxes than you.
The officer deserves to be commended for how well he's handling the situation.
He arrested.
Commended for arresting the grandma, dude. Bro, oh my god, dude, this chant, dude, what fucking chant, dude, is it in the description or anything? I want to know. I want to know, dude. Original video, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's called True Karma. Is that the name of the channel? I guess it is. Oh shit, dude. Oh my god, we should... Oh, dude, we got it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, dude, that looks awesome. Dude, this channel looks fire as fuck.
Handcuffed an 8-year-old. Hello? Commended for what?
Oh my god.
When I watch videos like this, and I see, like, even members in my chat defend the cops' behavior, I do sometimes feel like I'm living on a different planet. Like, I straight up feel like I've lost the plot. Maybe I've lost my mind, right?
I mean, she did assault a service dog, so again, she deserves at least to be like, you know, detained, arrested, and charged. I mean, she deserves to go for the fucking process. I mean, you know, like low key fucker. Okay. I mean, I own doggo. You have Kaya for fuck's sake, Hassan. I mean, it's like, come on. It's like, you're not going to think of the doggo here? I want to see if he, like, gets reminded of that or something here.
Every opportunity.
Oop. I got it.
80-year-old wasn't kidding when she said the only weapon on her is her mouth, as she's taken every opportunity to be as rude as possible to this officer. It really seems like she's delusional and doesn't understand the severity of her situation, but it'll quickly become clear.
Why do I not have a right to question a person when the law says you can't have a...
Bro, she's literally going to jail for vibes right now. This is pretty fucked up. That's crazy. She's going to jail for... She got handcuffed for being fucking annoying.
So sign it up. I mean, I just want to kind of see the resolution of this.
Trump will be 80s. Dude, should you not face prosecution? Yeah, it's the same, dude. These are the same situations. Notice how Trump has not been handcuffed at all, by the way, in any of the situations that he's been in. Because there's a different standard. Not for 80-year-olds, but for rich people.
God love our justice system. Being absurd as fuck as it is.
No, you're right. The police should not get paid millions for...
Oh. He's probably dreaming on jumping on this old granny and ripping her arm off or something. Oh my god. Oh, it's so cute. Oh. 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 Oh, he was dreaming hardcore. Oh, he's still dreaming. Oh, that was so cute. That was just so adorable. Especially when it's in his little ball. It's just like, bloop, bloop. It's just like, the whole ball of just like, Zukov just curled up. It's just like, whoop. It's like all one big motion. It's so adorable.
Yeah.
Service animals are exempt, and you're not allowed
I asked him if there was a service dog. What?
But you're not allowed to. It's protected. There's people with disabilities. You didn't know that?
It's in his head. That's where it's disability.
She's being ableist.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, it's in his hand. Well, dude, what a fucking bitch, bro. What the hell?
Still have the right to make you kick someone.
The dog didn't have the right to jump on me, did he? Service animals don't jump on me.
You instigated the whole thing.
Bullshit. Don't jump on me before I hit him in the head.
According to Florida Statute 413.08, subsection 4, any person who interferes with a decision.
Bro, I'm sorry. I don't know what the deal is with like the disability of this guy, but it is kind of nutty. It is kind of nutty overall. No, she did. She kicked the person. She didn't kick the dog. She kicked the dude in the butt. The dog jumped at her, and she kicked the dude in the butt. So,
well, I guess that's, all right. Well, maybe I was wrong on that one, but either way, still, don't care. She deserved it. Fuck her. From going on vacation to some weird-ass woods. I guess that's what he wants to send us for a vacation. I did say you could put a pin on it and have a link ready to go or something, but you never... fuck you. I have a sense of fun. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I do. Goober. Oh, there it is.
You ever wonder why?
Oh my god, dude, this is 24 minutes. I was thinking it was going to be a little not as... There might be like a part 2, I guess. We'll see. It's timestamp though. I want to see the timestamps. So, where are those? All the way. Okay. Yeah, of course. Fuck the ad. Whatever.
But the people who can't.
I guess we're just gonna have to like. I guess we're already 1.25. Cool.
Are those from Portlock, Alaska, who vanished mysteriously overnight, essentially, in 1949. But what could cause an entire village of people, all 31 of them, to just up and leave? To understand that, you've got to look into the actual history of the village. Known both as Portlock and Port Chatham, the town itself was established sometime during the early 20th century, although the exact date is unknown. What is known is that Portlock was almost certainly named for the British sea captain Nathaniel Portlock. Nathaniel was a captain on the third Pacific voyage of the more famous Captain James Cook, and left that expedition to form...
Okay. Well, let's skip ahead a bit. Yeah.
We have stories about Portlock from 1905. The first official documentation that it existed as a known village comes from 1921, because 1921 is the year that Portlock became established, permanent, and populated enough for a U.S. post office. By the time that the post office was established, the population was mostly Russo-Aleuts, who were mixed-race descendants of the original Russian colonists of the area and the local native populations. If this is the first time you've heard of Russian colonization of Alaska, then I'll give you a bit of history there as well. The Russians began exploring the option of colonizing the North American continent during the 17th...
I mean, I kind of know about that. Yeah, Russia, owned Alaska at one point, and we bought it from them.
Correct off the coast and dying on an island, which is now, of course, named for him as well. His crew, however, managed to build enough rafts or boats to get themselves back to Russia proper, and the sea otter pelts that they delivered were of such high quality that it convinced the Russians, yeah, Alaska seems like a good place to go. Colonies were formally established in Alaska starting in the 1780s.
Let's just get to the mysteries.
Strange blip in U.S. Census records where 40 years apart, a village that during that 40 years was totally abandoned has the same number of people on the census. I assume it was just a document mix-up. But of course, none of that's the mystery. That's just what Portlock is, where it was, and who lived there. So what happened to them? The earliest mention that I could track down regarding Portlock's misfortunes comes from the Anchorage Daily News, the April 15th, 1973 issue. Author Robert J. Dolitzal, who's known for writing a number of other books and is not really a superstitious guy or any kind of conspiracy theorist, he's mostly been a travel and outdoors author. Anyway, Robert and his friend Janelle were off on a sailing expedition up in Alaska along the coastline for about a month, and as they were returning, they stopped by Portlock to get out of the weather. Interestingly enough, they were on their way to Seward, Alaska, which is a town we covered in another video about the disappearance of Paul LeMay. Anyway, on the journey back from Kodiak Island, they needed to refuel for their backup motor, basically in case there were no winds to sail on. They could turn on an actual engine and have themselves going in no time, and it was just nice to get out of the weather and check around. And on their outdated maps that they admit were outdated, they saw a little town, a little blip on the map, Portlock, Alaska. Of course, when they arrived, it being 1973, a full 34 years after most people vacated the town, it was pretty obvious nobody lived here. This was a ghost town, there was nothing there, but they still felt curiosity. I mean, there's a whole abandoned town here, we should probably go check it out, right? Initially, they ate dinner on their boat, took a little bit of a nap, and then around twilight went out. You gotta remember, this is Alaska. It is very light for a very long time. By 1973, the word that Dolitzal was using to describe this town was not necessarily spooky or eerie, it was empty. He writes, even the linoleum had been pulled from the floors, and so little remained that the village itself was of little interest. However, the author goes on to note...
Sounds like it probably just got ransacked over time.
despite the fact that he and his companion Janelle were really resistant to the idea of the supernatural and any sort of superstition in general, they did both feel an eerie sense that they were being watched, that they weren't alone, that they weren't safe. And instead of sticking around, they decided to go back to the boat. The next day, they reached a little town called Nanwelek, also known as English Bay, where they stayed with a school teacher and his wife. In exchanging stories about their lives in Nanwelek, as well as the travels of Robert Dolitzal, Portlock came up. They probably mentioned that they had passed through and checked out the town and were curious about its story. And what they got was quite detailed. According to the couple, in the 1940s, rumors started to creep their way up the Kenai Peninsula, where Portlock sits, that there was something off about that village. It was a simple cannery town, small population, mostly people from the area, but something was not right there. And Dolitzal's account was not the only one I was able to find. He does go into some detail, but I found some more detailed versions of what I believe to be the same stories, and I'll present those to you in this video. In 2009, a woman by the name of Melania Kell recounted the entire story of Portlock as she remembered it as a child to a local reporter. Speaking through a translator in her native Sugstan language, she told a harrowing tale about the awful things that had happened to people in Portlock before it was abandoned. Dolitzal tells us of rumors about hunters who never returned, giant footprints left in the snow, and dismembered bodies showing up in the lagoon. We get more detail from these other sources. Melania tells us about her godfather, Andrew Kamluk, who was struck in the head by log-moving equipment that no one man could have lifted on his own, and died immediately. Nobody had seen it happen, nobody was around to have done it to him, and he can't...
Log-moving equipment?
Done it himself. Another source, a Simeon Kvasnikov, told of a gold miner in the region.
I mean, it kind of sounds like maybe it was like a worker mishap and no one really wanted to take the blame for it. I mean, it seems strange.
He'd gone off to his mines one day and never returned. Of course, he's a miner, he's underground, maybe there was a cave-in, but it seems like people went looking for him and couldn't find the guy, so it seemed as though he had disappeared somewhere on his way to the mine. And then there's another story from a paramedic who only names himself as Ed to remain anonymous, possibly because he's telling a story about Bigfoot on the internet and people are going to make fun of him for that. But in Ed's story, which he claims occurred in 1990, he was transporting an older native man, about 70 years old, to a local hospital when they got into a conversation about hunting and tracking and fishing and just sharing experiences. Somewhere in the conversation, the EMT mentioned Dogfish Bay, which is just about 5 miles northwest of Portlock. At that moment, the native man shot up, grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him close, and said, "Did it bother you?" Ed responded that it had, but he himself had not seen it. He asked the native man had seen it, and he was told, "No, but my brother did." Well, the it in question is believed to be responsible for all of the weird stuff that happened in Portlock. Ed goes on to explain what did happen to him at Dogfish Bay. In 1973, around the same time of the expedition by Dolitzal, Ed and 2 friends were hunting. After eating dinner, cleaning up, and retreating to their tents to sleep, Ed was woken by his friend Dennis around 2 a.m. Dennis shook him awake and then quietly explained that he had heard something pacing around the tent. Ed, of course, looked over at their other friend Joe, who was already sat up, clutching a rifle to his chest. They sat in silence for a while, just listening, as whatever it was that was out there paced around on what seemed like 2 legs. And then, in the morning, when everybody felt safe enough to go out because the footsteps had stopped and it was brighter out, they discovered that whatever was walking around out there seemingly had left no tracks. Of course, this could just be a story told around the campfire when you're hunting with...
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. It probably sounds like a bear, maybe. I mean, that really is probably, Occam's razor situation. If they're just in their tent, I mean, chances are it was probably a bear, scowling around.
Buddies, or it could...
Yeah, that's just fun. I'm just listening to it. What do you want?
Legitimate first-hand account.
What? Be like, this is funny, bro. What do you want?
Odd happening to somebody. But of course, it's not the only story. There are a bunch of other ones, like the ones we've already mentioned, as well as that of Tom Larson. Tom, being interviewed in 1981 for what seems to have been some sort of high school assignment, tells a story about what happened to him. He was born in Stavanger, Norway in 1899 and came to Alaska in 1925. He bounced around Anchorage, Juneau, and a few other places for a little while, before eventually just deciding to buy a sawmill and settling down in Portlock. His primary customers were, of course, the cannery, who needed his wood to construct fish traps, boats, and various other materials. And then, while chopping wood one day, he claims he saw a tall, mysterious, hairy figure on the beach, and that he ran inside, he grabbed his rifle, he came out with it loaded, and he and the thing just made eye contact. And he wasn't sure why, but for some reason he didn't pull the trigger. It seems like he was not the only one having these experiences, because, of course, in 1949...
We got, a sense of shock.
According to Melania Kell, her family, as well as the other ones in Portlock, up and left for Nanwelek. The only person remaining in town was the postmaster, and by 1951, that post office was closed down as it was no longer servicing anybody. So, of course, what was that giant hairy thing that scared them off? A lot of you are probably in the comments thinking, Bigfoot. A lot of you are probably in the comments thinking, this is a load of crap. Well, it's not Bigfoot per se, it's something called Nantinnuk, but that's about the main difference here. Because when describing Nantinnuk, you're getting something more akin to a wild man, a half-beast. something that is larger than humans, but also once lived amongst them.
That Postmaster. I mean, yeah, but it would be pretty interesting. I mean, isn't Antonic basically just like, I mean, it looks like a Bigfoot, basically.
You talk to might have even at some point been human, so it doesn't quite fit with the mainstream Bigfoot lore. But I wanted to track down the beliefs about Nantucket that weren't, just from the internet, from Reddit, or something like that. And I found an article by a Darren Smith, who's an Alaskan musician, writing for Anchorage Press. He himself is a Bigfoot believer and was interested in the story about Portlock, and if anybody could tell him what happened, so he spoke to a local woman named Sally Ash in Nanwalek. Sally is the cousin of Melania Kell and was the translator for her story. Sally, of course, was not born in Portlock herself. She was born in nearby Dogfish Bay, but, as mentioned before, her cousin, Melania, was born in Portlock. She explains that her people were semi-nomadic, moving around as food sources dried up so that they could replenish and come back the next year. And one of the places that they would pass through to do some fishing and some resting was Portlock. By then, Portlock was abandoned, but the idea that it was empty wasn't totally there, because they were told not to go out on foggy days and to avoid being out alone and not to go into the woods because something was out there. According to her, her people feared this half-man, half-beast, Nantinnuk. She herself believed Nantinnuk to be half-man, but it was different, it was disfigured, or perhaps half-beast, and that it didn't want to live around people, so it just wandered off in the woods to be alone, where it became quite hairy and visually terrifying. According to her and her people, this creature lived in the woods around Portlock. In the interview, Sally speaks about Nantinnuk as if it is...
I mean, I'm going to say, it kind of sounds like a mixture of, like, Skinwalker / Wendigo, like, / kind of like Bigfoot vibes a little bit. Like, kind of like a little mishmash of, like, kind of the combination of the trio.
An individual as well as a species or a tribe, but she goes into a little bit more detail when pressed that she herself believes this to be a singular creature. Like the Native American man from Ed's story, she says that she never saw the thing herself, but at one point her brother did. He said that the thing was tall, hairy, and walked with its knuckles forward, like that. Have you ever seen the Bigfoot videos where they're like, and most importantly, it smelled just awful. But Sally gives us another little tidbit of information. This one's not about Portlock or Nantinnuk. This is about Melania, because according to her, Melania made her entire story up. Everything. All of the bodies in the water, the disappearances, the vague crime. According to her, Nantinnuk is real, but it never hurt anybody. It was just minding its own business off in the woods. Kind of like those guys at Ruby Ridge back in the 90s.
So basically just like, so if she says like, oh, I made some of it up, but like not all of it, it's okay. I mean, it like already kind of implies that it's just kind of made up, or at least just kind of based off of just the general folklore of the indigenous peoples that have lived there for so long.
So it wasn't they left Portlock because there was a monster hunting them. They left Portlock simply because it was not economical to be there anymore. There were more opportunities in Nanwalek, and there were more people and a better social safety net. It just was the correct thing to do.
Her. Well, yeah, because of probably the indigenous folklore.
For everybody's health and benefit to leave the town of Portlock. And in Darren's article, he kind of takes that. He's like, you know what? That makes sense. This whole thing was made up. But that's not enough for me. Now, Darren and I are in different camps here. He believes in Bigfoot, but he does not believe that Bigfoot is responsible for Portlock. I, on the other hand, don't believe in Bigfoot and do believe Bigfoot was responsible for Portlock. You might be saying, Aiden, that's a completely untenable and unreasonable position, and it's contradictory. How could you ever have won debates in high school? I did. But what I mean by that is that while there is no photographic or physical evidence regarding the idea that a monster terrorized Portlock, there's a lot of evidence that something was bugging people, and that this may not have been the simple practical decision to move that was suggested. Now, off the bat, why would Melania lie? Well, we've seen this in a couple of other stories we've looked at, where Native American elders from both the United States and Canada have been reluctant to tell their folk stories to white people, because we might laugh at them, we might not take them seriously, their monster stories and our monster stories aren't the same, so we wouldn't get it. There's a number of reasons why the natives wouldn't want to talk to white settlers about their specific stories. So it's not out of the question that Melania would make up the story. We've seen this before, of course, with J.W. Burns when he spoke to the Chehalis people about their stories about Sasquatch. Well, the elders didn't want to talk to him, so he had to go and talk to other people in the community who didn't have quite the same level of suspicion. But there's more than just Melania's story.
You can just drop this. So finds Bigfoot signs correlate with black bear populations. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's definitely something that, I'm familiar about. Boo. Well, it may not just be black bears, but even like maybe brown bears, like grizzly bears and shit too.
Melania's story was published in 2009, but Dolezal's story was published in 1973. And then, of course, there's Larson's, which was from 1981, and finally Ed's, which is from 2007. So all three of these other accounts that I found came about before Melania told her story. So even if she believed what she was saying wasn't true, she wasn't the first person to say it. And of course, there's Simeon Kvasnikov, who was interviewed for the same story as Melania. Going beyond the dating of accounts, there's the fact that the village was completely abandoned. And the people who abandoned it believed in this creature. So yes, 31 people is a small enough population to get together in the town meeting center one night and say, hey, do you guys all want to leave by June 3rd? But still, it's weird that all 31 families left at once. And of course, we only have so many records. But
I mean, it could just be like a sense of mass hysteria. I mean, because there's been plenty of historical accounts of mass hysteria that have happened due to superstition. So, I mean, especially for such a small population, I mean, it would probably be more susceptible or something like that.
Basically, all of the stories suggest the same thing. All 31 people living in that town, except for the postmaster, just up and left for Nanwalek. Is that how it would go if it were simply people leaving for economic reasons? You would think that it would have been one family, and then maybe a couple, and then maybe everybody else, or just families trickling out over time. Instead, this story is told by the people who lived there routinely as everybody left at once.
Something was going on. Well, I mean, nothing's really been explained about it, though. I guess due to the minimal records about it, I suppose. But I think that's kind of the thing with it. There's like not really much record about it to really kind of say one way or the other outside of just mere speculation.
Finally, according to Alaska Magazine, that 1949 abandonment was not the first time that Portlock was abandoned. They say that they have records from that cannery that was there in 1905 claiming that everybody was sent home for the season because of something in the forest. So, beyond Melania, that is 3 different types of evidence that suggest there was something weird going on. And it's also hard to ignore the similarities between Nantinnuk and the Saskets of the Chehalis people. Of course, they are located a considerable...
Postmaster got on everyone's nerves. There are accounts that something was fucking with people. Again, I mean, that is probably based off of the superstition and potential hysteria of the local community there.
Distant southeast of Portlock.
I mean, it's, it's not like, something wasn't fucking with people. I mean, obviously there was, but maybe that was just their own minds playing tricks on them because they were so isolated from so much of the world, basically, being out in little fucking Chucklefuck Ports month or whatever the hell.
Columbia, but there are some striking similarities in these stories. Both describe these creatures as large, hairy men who live in the forest, and that is what the words mean.
I mean, especially considering that there's already indigenous native folklore, in the area about something like this. So, I mean, it would make sense, to me. Like Arca's Racers, saying that to me, at least, from
forest men or hairy men. Both of these seem to have the same degree of sentience or sapience, where some of them can talk and they seem to behave in a less animalistic and more personal way, where, for example, the one that just stared at Arson instead of, attacking him immediately. And of course, in J.W. Burns' stories about the Sasquatch, what we're looking at is a creature that is capable of human speech. Both have an incredible capacity for violence when you trespass on their territory, and also they seem to only become aggressive when you threaten that territory. And then there's the degree of humanity presented, because Nantinnuk is presented as being half human, partially human adjacent, perhaps just another species of us. And that's exactly how the Saskets are described, except that it's not as uniform, it's not as universal. Of course, we have more stories of them than we have of this creature, but they are sometimes capable of human speech. They are capable of violence. They are capable of tempering their attitude. But most importantly, they are partially human in both stories. That, there is disagreement within the natives about whether these are other Native Americans or if they are some other kind of creature entirely, in the Chehalis tradition at least. And then, of course, you talk to the people up who have the stories of the Nantinnuk, and it's the same kind of thing, where they can't really agree on, is this human or not? How far from human is this? What are we dealing with? Is this a wild person? Is this a mixed breed of human and animal? Like, what are we dealing with here? And they're not the only people group in this area with a story of a half-human, half-beast, or shape-shifting type creature. Down to the southeast, if you've seen our previous video on this subject, you'd be familiar with the Otterman.
I think you should go to Alaska. I mean, I'd like to go to Alaska at some point.
And that's a terrifying one, because what it does is mimic a woman or a small child until it drags you into the lagoon, because you've gone looking for the woman or small child, where it rips you to shreds and devours parts of your body. Considering one of the most famous
sounds lovely
stories about Portlock is that bodies were showing up in the water, torn apart in ways that not only could a grizzly not do, but also wouldn't do. These were bodies that were torn apart with a particular degree of violence. This was not about eating something. This was about punishing something. So, of course, with there being multiple types of beasts and creatures from tribe to tribe, you've got to wonder if they are describing something that was in some way real to them. So are we looking at old stories of another species of human that has survived somehow and lives off in the woods in small enough numbers that we don't necessarily recognize them as being something other than us? Or could these be stories about old hostile tribes that no longer exist or moved out of the area, and as they were passed down became stories about monsters because they just men couldn't do that to one another? There's a lot of questions with Portlock, and part of the reason is that there's so little documentation and such interesting stories. Of course, the TV show Alaskan Killer Bigfoot tried to talk about it, but I mean, if you trust a show called Alaskan Killer Bigfoot, I've got a bridge to sell you. Like I said, the question remains, is this something human, something part human lurking off in the forests, or...
Probably not. I mean, I kind of feel like, it seems like, it's just like kind of a certain level of like, like hysteria and like a sense of, just, the general folklore, the superstition, kind of got people's heads and stuff. I kind of feel like that's what's, what was going on. That's what Occam's Razor tell me. I mean, it's pretty interesting. Honestly, a really good setting for like some horror movie or some shit, to be honest with you. I mean, that'd be pretty fucking cool. I could kind of see like, some really cool like, serial killer / like, Bigfoot slasher type of esque movies with that. I could see that. With armchair psychology. Look, I'm not inherently being like, oh, well, fuck them, they're dumb or some shit. I'm just saying that, like, what? Like, I'm not saying that, like, oh, well, one of them obviously was kind of a grifter because they, overtly lied to me, at least about, like, some elements about their story, and, recanted saying, oh, yeah, I made some of that up. So one of them was at least a grifter, so yeah, I'll dismiss that person. But at least for everyone else, I mean, sure. I mean, they... probably had like, a lot of, like strange, kind of, feelings and stuff that, kind of, fucked with them a little bit because of, being out in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's Alaska. I mean, that state is like pretty much, I mean, one of the legit kind of one of the final frontier type of things. The one was a liar, but the other counts for years by that case. Well, sure. Because, like I said, it's based off of a lot of, like, the different folklore that's in the region. Which, I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's obviously going to be, like, cryptozoology and various different elements of folklore. I guess why is ignore master? I'm not sure if mass is the right word because the population is so small. Well, yeah. I mean, on a psychological, like, terminology level. But, yeah, it's not really like a mass hysteria. But, yeah, it was kind of like a little localized, communal hysteria that happened. I have no sense of fun. I mean, I'm willing to play around and have fun with the videos. Like, I watched most of it outside of, some of it that skipped around, mostly at the beginning, but the juice and the detail of the video, like, the steak and potatoes of the video, we got that. I just skipped the appetizer, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, I didn't have to play this video. We could have kept going with the other fucking, long-ass fucking thing. So, I don't know. I mean, you're saying I have no sense of fun? Wow. Might be real before. Yeah, in the sense that it has existed at one point, potentially. I mean, because I do think there's a possibility as to why, there might be, at least... That rat is, like, around the corner. What the fuck? They didn't realize that we're, like, Zookop's right there and I'm right here or something. They're just, like, freaked out. Alright, whatever. Either way. But yeah, like, I think, when it comes to, like, some of the folklore about, like, oh, of, like, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, etc., including this here, too, to an extent. I mean, I think, a part of that's probably because at one point, maybe, a creature like this has existed at one point, and, it doesn't exist anymore. Probably it's not since for like, 10,000, 8,000, something, who knows how many fucking years potentially. And it's also probably the reason why we don't see fossils or really any evidence of it anymore, at this point, because, well, they've been long fucking dead. And I mean, a lot of the archaeology of this probably deep in the fucking Chucklefuck woods of Alaska and, the Yukon and all sort of shit, right? Like, so, I mean, I feel like a lot of it's just going to be in places that where normal, like, archaeological digs aren't really possible, so I think, honestly, that's where a lot of it comes from, and that means, they probably were a thing. I don't think they are anymore, and by anymore, I mean, like, 10,000 something plus fucking years of not anymore. I mean, in a way, I think, they kind of were like one of those things where they kind of went away of the mammoth, so to speak, in a sense. Damn, dog. But apparently Trump is considering Tim Scott as VP. Really? Tim Scott? Honestly, I didn't expect that one. I figured it would, initially my gut was thinking Nikki Haley, or Ramaswamy, at least initially. And then it kind of switched to maybe like Tucker or maybe Marjorie or Bobo, one of those two maybe. Or like, I mean, like there's JD Vance, really? So he actually has his list of people he's considering now? Oh, God. Ugh. Gross. I guess that'll be something we'll discover about tomorrow. Oh, lovely. Oh my goodness, look at this up. Not a full list. He just named those two on Fox. Oh, just those two? Oh, so he at least has narrowed it down, sounds like. At least it seems like, they're on, like, the top 5 or top 3 for sure. I mean, since he named them. So, that means that there's potential for other people to possibly be, considered. Honestly, I will admit, like, Tim Scott will be a little bit of a curveball. I wouldn't expect him to be his VP. I will admit that. So, I will admit, I didn't expect that on my Trump bingo card. Been going for 4.5 hours and it's only 2:22 in the morning? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I just realized I forgot to get coffee. Oh no. I don't have a coffee tomorrow. Fuck. And it's a Monday. Fuck. Oh no. No. Oh, that's great. Sip of coffee, dude. Oh man. I guess I'm gonna walk my pup, for tomorrow. I guess I'm doing that for sure. Gonna grab coffee at work and say what's up, see how the situation is, and hopefully it ain't fucked, and then maybe do a little coffee stream. If not, then I might do a lunch stream. Cheap ass 7-Eleven coffee. I've tried the different coffees that they have, there, and weirdly enough, I'm kind of nitpicky about my coffees. Unless I'm making it myself. If I brew it myself, then whatever. But it's like, if I'm not, then I'm nitpicky about it. That's kind of why I go for the Chud coffee. I know you like the meme on it. Hey, we all have our vices, alright? I got my vices, and I know you do too. You like Viso, for fuck's sake. God damn it. But, anyway, Viso isn't chuddy enough other than being from Florida. That is pretty chuddy, though. Ooh. Now we got a chud off. Because I think, do I have I have an empty can of that from this morning. Where are these guys from? Where's Black Rifle from? Oh, Salt Lake City, Utah. Oh, God, they might be Mormon. Oh, no! Okay, you know what? Alright, maybe I might have outchud you. Fuck. I mean, honestly, I would have definitely outchud you if that's at Florida. I mean, if it said Texas, it might have been competitive. I guess we'll have to see, the politics of VSO then, huh? I knew there was something sour about it. But anyway, I think I'm going to get myself some food because I'm hungry. I'm a little hungry, so I'm going to make some ramen because that's going to be delicious. Yummy. Oh, little Zooks. You had just like the absurd little dream earlier, and now you're all awake. What weird little thing are you doing here? Like, that's so strange. Oh, goof. Don't give me that look. Oh. You shouldn't be giving me that look. It's too cute. It's powerful. Anyway. At least I'll go for the rest tonight. So, I'll put this out. And I'll either have a little coffee stream either before I go to work or during lunch. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway.